Hello and welcome into the Erie Tiger Network. Brandon Bird here with you for a full day of coverage live from the track meet. We are now going to go live to midfield for the singing of our national anthem.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the 2021 Erie Invite. At this time, if you could please stand and face the flag for our national anthem, sung by Lauren Devia.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Once again, that was Lauren Devia singing the national anthem to get this track and field meet kicked off on a good note. What a beautiful morning it is for a track meet here at Erie High School for the Erie Tiger Invite. And we should have coverage throughout the day. Some of it may be live, some of it may be recorded. We'll kind of bounce back and forth. Stick with us. We're kind of learning it this year how to broadcast a track and field meet. There's a lot of logistics that go into it. We only have so much range on our cameras. We only have so much places we can be at one time. So be patient with us. We will drop in and off air. We'll mute the mic every once in a while to kind of figure things out. We'll throw up an intermission graphic or wait till the next event type of graphic. And we'll try and keep you posted as to what you're seeing as best as we can as the day rolls on. But should be a good day of coverage here from Tiger Stadium. We're going to mute our mics for a moment. Stick with us. We'll have our first events coming up in a little bit. Our first track event of the day will be the girls 800 medley relay at 9:15 is the scheduled start time for that. So expect that in a little over 20 minutes. We'll talk a little bit more about the rundown of the schedule and everything else you need to know to get ready for today. We'll pause here for a moment. We'll mute our mics, and you're watching track and field coverage here on the Erie Tiger Network.
Starting in 5 minutes, first flight of the girls high jump, girls long jump, girls shot put, boys pole vault, boys jump, boys. Your field event if you have not already done so.
All right, Tiger fans, hope you are still hanging with us. What we're going to do is we are actually going to pause our coverage here. All that means is that the YouTube stream, it's the same video that will have coverage throughout the day, but will be temporarily paused till we come back live on the air. We just don't want to bore you staring at the same screen or running commercials over and over again. So we're going to pause our coverage. We'll come back up live in about 10 or 15 minutes as we start gathering the first events here. We'll go over some of the event rundowns that we will have as well as some heat sheets. So stick with us. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, so check back in with us at 9, a little bit.
Evelyn and Horizon, your race begins in 15 minutes. That's first call for the girls 100 sprint medley.
And welcome back in here to the Erie Tiger Network. You can kind of see down there on center field. We'll zoom out here in a little bit. If there are supposed to be girls long jump prelims starting soon, we will try and carry the final events for all of those field events. The girls 800 medley relay should start at about 9:15. Then we'll have the girls 3200 relay following that. That will be a long race. As we said, we will be jumping in and out of coverage here today for the track meet. So glad you could join us. This is the first ever track meet that we are broadcasting on the Erie Tiger Network, so we're trying to learn the ropes a little bit. We'll be sending students to different areas to get stuff. Some of it may be live, some of it may be recorded, and then we'll broadcast it. It all just kind of depends on really what we can figure out here on the fly. So thanks for being patient with us. As we said, we'll be in and out of coverage throughout the day. But we will have as many events as we can. So if you're watching at home, whether you're a Tiger fan or a fan of one of these other teams, we will try and get some modicum of an event for you. And already watching a little bit of the pole vaulting warm-up. And I tell you, I haven't really gotten a chance to see too much high school pole vaulting warm-ups, and that looks exciting. So we will stick here. We'll throw our little graphic up that says first event coming up. We're going to temporarily mute our mics, and when we have the first event going down on the field, we will go to that. We may not have live play-by-play commentary, especially for the field events. We'll try and get the information out as we get it up here in the broadcast booth. We have some walkie-talkies that will be relaying some info, but it's going to be a little bit of a scramble, as we said. So thanks for being patient. We are glad to be here live with you. We'll take a time out here, pause our mics. We'll have commercials in a little bit and all the works here on the Erie Tiger Network.
second call for the girls sprint medley relay. Second call for the girls 800-meter sprint medley relay. Come on in the gate and check in at the start-finish line.
This is your third call for girls high jump. All girls high jumpers, please report.
Are you looking to buy or sell a new home? Jen McGurk, an experienced real estate agent serving Erie, Vista Ridge, and the surrounding Denver area. For years, Jen has assisted all types of buyers and sellers with their real estate needs. Give Jen a call today at 303-949-3331 or check out Jen Realty online at jenrealty.com.
To where your friends are. Go to where the action's at. Go find your sense of adventure. Go Airheads, Airsoft Field and Store located in Erie, Colorado. Go Airheads and go Tigers.
And welcome back in here, Erie Tiger Network. Let's go over a rundown of the list of events that we will be seeing here today. There will be girls high jump first in the first field event. The girls 800 sprint medley will start things off. So we'll try and kind of catch both to one extent or another. So that is the girls 800 sprint medley and the girls high jump, and just kind of a rundown of what to expect in terms of that. In the 800 sprint medley, in lane 2 will be the Erie Tigers. They have the worst seed time at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Centaurs will be lane 3. They have the third best seed time out of the 5 teams in this at 2 minutes flat. Niwot there, the 1 seed in lane 4 at 1:48.5 seconds. Evelyn High School, the 2nd seed at 1:56.09, and Horizon is the 4th seed in lane 6 at 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Remember, that is in the girls 200 sprint medley. For the girls high jump, kind of a list of what to expect. Alana Smith of Meade High School is first up on the docket. Gracie Wiltz of Frederick High School. Adeline Dean of Thornton High School. Kinsey Carroll of Horizon. Sophie Crodell Smith of Boulder High. Addison Babcock of Meade High. Then you have Avery Inney of Horizon. Frances Hillard of Shining Mountain. Mia Cosio of Prospect Ridge. Avery Marr of Prospect Ridge. Madeline Manning of Silver Creek. Ella Pears of Longmont High. Marley Summers of D'Evelyn. And Sierra Haberman of Jefferson Academy. So that is the rundown for both events. We are still kind of in a little bit of a waiting mode. They keep having calls for athletes to come down to the track and check in. So I don't believe we have started our first event yet, but it'll be the girls 800 sprint medley and the girls high jump to kind of start the day. We'll be in and out of coverage here on the Erie Tiger Network, but we're so glad that you could join us here today. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, we will have the start of both events here on the Erie Tiger Network.
You are watching the ETN.
You have a plan in place for your family's future in the event something happens to you. Are you caring for aging parents, grandparents, or a loved one with special needs? The Germany law firm named 2017 Erie's Chamber Business of the Year provides expert legal guidance and peace of mind for you and your family in the areas of probate, elder law, and estate planning. Visit Germany Law Firm's Erie Village office or website at coelderlaw.net to set up a personalized consultation. Beg your pardon. We're back here live from Tiger Stadium for the Erie Tiger Invite, and the first track event is ready to begin. The girls are taking their lanes. Let's go over those lanes one more time. In lane 2 is Erie High School. In lane number 3 is Centaurus. In lane number 4 is Niwot. In lane number 5 is D'Evelyn. And in lane number 6 is Horizon. And Niwot is the top seed out of the middle lane there in lane number 4 with a time of 1:48 seconds. 1:48.5 seconds rather. So they are in their starting positions here, trying to settle into the starting blocks. And are still trying to get a little bit warmed up here. Remember, we are calling this from the press box, and stuff is happening everywhere, and we can't really see everything that's going on. Our camera can, so be patient with us here today, but we're about ready to get started. The girls' high jump will also begin soon. In fact, I believe they are starting, well, they're still doing pole vaulting warm-ups. The high jump pit, I guess, is also being set up on the south side of the stadium. We will try and have some coverage of that. Remember, this is the Erie Tiger Network. We will always default to covering Erie athletes here, as that's kind of our main objective, but we're happy to give coverage to all schools and for some out-of-town folks as well. We do not have a list of the names of all the participants in the sprint medley, so we're just going to be calling them by school here today. In the relays, we will have individual names in the individual running events. So here we go. The whistle, I heard, has blown. The gun is in the air. The start gun. Runners are starting to take their marks. We do have a laser timed finish line here as well. Set, and then they're off in the 800 sprint medley here. And you can see the Niwot team taking the lead here early. They're the favorite in this event, trying to get a clean exchange here. Officials watching all. There's the Erie handoff on the inside. Big lead right now for Niwot High School. In second, I believe, is Horizon up at the top. Third exchange. Remember, it is a 800, so a 2-lap race, as Niwot well out in front. Following them is Devlin in lane number 5, and Erie making a surprise run there in lane number 2. They were the lowest seed here, and right now Erie kind of tracking there with Niwot. Here comes another exchange. Now the third leg. And runners can move to the inside. So as of right now, it's Niwot, Devlin, and Erie. And the Devlin runner trying to pass the Niwot runner. The Erie Tiger runner a little bit behind there. Actually, the Niwot runner so far out in front, we actually forgot about them for a second. So it's Niwot well in front. Here on this leg.
And coming on down the home stretch, that is Taylor James from Niwot High School.
And it's Niwot in the lead. And it will be a Niwot win. And now Devlin and Erie. Devlin in second. Erie trying to pass and finish third. And it will be Devlin in second and Erie in third. And the winning time, by the way, 1:45.16, so a new best relay time for Niwot High School. Erie, 1:59. So they came into this at 2:36. They bested their previous best by almost 37 seconds. Centaurus, a 2:15.20 time. Devlin, a 1:58.23 time. That's about a second and a half slower than their best time on the year. Horizon had their time and it just flashed away. And let's see here. Devlin, 1:58. Erie, 1:59.45. Horizon, 2:01.66. And Centaurus, as we mentioned, a 2:15. So that was our first event of the day. The girls' high jump should be coming up soon. There will be another running event, the girls' 4x800 meter relay is on deck, I believe, and they are starting their warm-ups for the high jump. I believe it's warm-ups. So while we're doing that, what we're going to do is we are going to mute our mic. We're just going to stick live. We don't want to just run commercials. We're going to try and make sure we know what is going on next. And yeah, we'll keep you posted. Thanks for being patient with us here on the ETN. Okay, the girls 4x800 meter relay is set to take place here in a couple moments. Let's give you the lane rundown. Niwot will be in lane number 1. D'Evelyn High in lane number 2. It's Prospect Ridge in lane number 3. Shining Mountain in lane number 4. Erie High School in lane number 5. Horizon in lane 6. And Jefferson Academy in lane number 7. And they are off and running in the 4x800.
From Niwot, D'Evelyn, Prospect Ridge, Shining Mountain, Erie, Horizon, and Jefferson Academy.
And right now, Erie is the early leader, but they had a staggered start, but quickly condensed down here into the inner lane. A little bit difficult for us to figure out all the singlets, especially in our first track meet. So we said, we'll get better at this. Four by 800, so a lengthy race here. It's 3,200 meters in total. Each one of these runners will run an 800 by themselves. And I believe that Erie is third through the first lap. I believe Niwot is second.
Let's go ahead and make second call for the boys 5-meter relay. Second call for the boys 4x800 meter relay.
The preliminaries for triple jump. Goodness, there's just stuff going on everywhere. So we'll kind of stick with the track events because that's what our camera can access. I know there are some throwing events going on. And we will update you with results as we get them. We'll try and pan over for some of the finals and some of those throwing events or the jumping events. As we continue on here with the 4x800. Leaders
to our first exchange, we have Niwot,
starting to stretch out here.
Followed by Erie, Horizon, Prospect Ridge.
And first exchange is made. By the way, the best time in this event is Niwot at 10:05. Jefferson Academy now exchanging behind, and we are the leader. Is about a full half a lap ahead right now. And just a brutal event. Always thought running the 800 probably one of the tougher events to run, and so props to everyone that can do it. By the way, following this will be the boys 4x800. And the leader has finished their first lap. So coming down the home stretch here on the first lap of the second leg. Erie High School has fallen back to 4th. There are 7 teams here in this event. As we gaze upon here, we've kind of instructed our camera operator to be Erie focused, in case you're wondering why we're taking a look. At where we're looking. So we are at the halfway point of the race. It's Niwot that has taken the lead. D'Evelyn has fallen back to second here. And here comes the third leg of the race. Niwot on pace to actually best their season time right now, as that exchange happened just before the 5-minute mark. Or Erie's best is 12 minutes, and they're a good 15 seconds or so away from the exchange, which would still be ahead of their best pace. Third leg, though, of a relay. Typically, the least fast time. So let's see how Erie exactly structured this. By the way, that exchange for Erie happened at about 5:44. And second place, a full lap ahead of Jefferson Academy. Right now,
we need your 4x8 relay
Niwot
team to the start.
well
Frederick,
in front.
4x8.
Tell you what, it was a long event, 10-minute running event. I was telling our camera operator, typically you see even in the Olympics events this long, they cut into commercial midway through. We'll stick right here as we are getting close here to the final leg, as the Niwot runner well in the lead, and we'll tell you by how many seconds here in a little bit. We're kind of keeping our eye on the Erie runner here on the Erie Tiger Network. I'm sure we will mix it up from time to time. 7:24 was the exchange for Niwot. And on this exchange for D'Evelyn, it's 7:36. So a 12-second advantage on the final leg for Niwot. fallen back here to 6th out of 7. Nope, I beg your pardon. 5th out of 6 in this event. 5th out of 7. Good grief. And we are on the bell lap here. You can hear the bell sounding. Jefferson Academy, the last to make the exchange here. And with these relays, really, you just want to continue to see your team improve in time. Jefferson Academy makes the exchange at 9:09. For their best season time is 13 flat. And the winner
Down the home stretch,
will be Niwot here as they come down the home stretch. Remember, their best time is 10:05. And their time will be a time of 9:55.61. The Evelyn will finish second at a time of 10:01.41, which is 43 seconds faster
This is our first call for the girls
than their best time.
First call for the girls 100-meter hurdles.
Erie's best time, 12
Athletes and
minutes
coaches,
even.
We're gonna start boys high jump at 11 a.m. We're gonna be starting boys high jump at 11 a.m.
Erie will finish 5th here. And let's see what Erie will come in at 11 minutes and trying to get a final time, 11 minutes, 13 seconds. So for Erie, 11:13 is a 47-second improvement. So I think what Coach Havard is looking for. All right, there's a break in the action now. You saw the girls 4x800. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back and at least show you the boys 4x800.
Boys 4x teams are walking onto the track. We have teams from Iowa and Meade, Horizon, Prospect Ridge, Longmont, Frederick, Erie, and Centaurus High School. Good luck, boys.
Thank you. All right, and let's take a look here at what is going on with the boys. 4x8. We will have Niwot, Meade, Horizon, Prospect Ridge, Longmont, Frederick, Erie, and Centaurus. That is also the order of their best times this season in the 4x8. So they're off. White flag on the far side as soon as they cross Those cones, they can all move to the inside, and that is where they will move.
Afternoon weather, we are looking to move ahead of schedule as much as we can. Coaches and athletes, we will be moving ahead of schedule as much as we can. So make sure you listen to the announcements for when your first calls are made, so when you're allowed to get into the stadium, and make sure you are ready for your events. One official time change that we have made is that at 11 o'clock, we will begin boys high jump. Again, boys high jump will begin at 11 o'clock. Coming on down the home stretch for our first leg of the boys 4x800 meter relay, we have Longmont, followed closely by Niwot and Horizon, and then Frederick. Prospect Ridge, Erie leader close, and Centaurus.
Because you don't know what's even going on. I don't even know if they're warming up or...
I know, I don't really know what's going on with the field events. Did we miss shot put?
No, but that may be one that you just have to go record.
Yeah.
And then we'll...
Probably.
This is our second call for the girls 100 meter hurdles. Second call for the girls 100 meter hurdles.
So far behind that I'd stick with the leaders for a little bit.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, it's a little awkward. It's just like...
Because it's actually a pretty good race.
Yeah.
When you make your next call for hundreds of hurdles, can you tell them to make sure to check in at their start? There's no one here right now.
Coming down the stretch, we have our midway point through the race right here. It looks like Horizon High School, followed closely by Niwot, Frederick, Longmont. That rounds out our top four. Coming into our exchange. Attention all girls hurdlers. Attention all girls doing the 100 meter hurdles. Start line to check in. Girls 100 meter hurdlers, please report to your start line to check in for your event.
So boring. Just
On the bell lap, first, second, Horizon Niwot. Let's see who finishes their leg better, but oh boy, look at this. We have a Frederick runner making a surge. That's off 3. Folks. This is the final call for the girls 100-meter hurdles. Remember, ladies, go down.
All right, so you've been watching this 800.
Call for the girls 100-meter hurdles. Ladies, go on down to your
And
to
right now, the leaders in a good race. Frederick trying to close the gap with the top 2, but Horizon and Niwot in the lead. It looks like it's going to be Horizon that will win this one. They're kind of coming down the stretch here. Their best time on the year for Horizon was 8:45, and they will win this with the time of 8:30, 8:44. Niwot will finish second. Frederick will finish third. So how about that run for Horizon? Meade will finish in fourth, and Horizon jumps over a couple teams for a little bit of an upset here. And Erie will finish 6th place. Their best time of the year was 9:02. They're gonna finish right around that time. Meade at 9:01.11. Erie actually worse than their best time at 9:04.48. So a couple teams not having their best race, but Horizon, the big winners here in this race. The next track event will be the girl 100-meter hurdles, and we will have 3 heats of that before we go into the finals. So we're going to take another break. We'll get set up for that, and then hopefully we'd like to pick up a field event. It's just really difficult here in the broadcast booth to tell exactly what's going on at these field events. So we'll either have to go out and record them and upload them separately, or we may just end up sticking with track here today. We'll try and let you know. Let us know in the stream if there's or in the chat if there's a event that you really want us to try and catch. We will try our best. Look, there are no guarantees here today. We've never even broadcast a track event. We're used to a little more, well, this is well organized, just kind of organized chaos because there's events happening everywhere at the same time. But if there's an event you really want to catch, let us know. We'll take a break here on ETN.
Landfill puts all your needs in front of everything else. Front Range Landfill won Erie Chamber of Commerce Business of the Year Award, as well as being featured on national television. We are very proud of our facility, and we welcome the opportunity to address your disposal needs. Our focus is on customer service. We strive to achieve easy and rapid access in and out of the facility. We feel certain that we will exceed your expectations of your solid waste disposal requirements. Choose Front Range Landfill for all your landfill needs. You will be pleased.
This is more than a bundle. It's more than a combo deal. It's not just stuff. This is your home, your car. And you want to give them the protection they deserve. With home and auto insurance. State Farm agents get it. It's why they're here.
In Erie, talk to State Farm agent Jeannie Hulse.
Welcome back, Erie Tiger Network. They are setting up the 100-meter hurdles. There will be 3 heats of that. And man, how about that? Pretty quick setup there for the hurdles. Let's go over the lane assignments for these hurdles. First, let me communicate with our camera operator. All right, so let's take a look at the lane assignments here for the girls' 100-meter hurdles in this first heat. We have Lulu Chelsea from Boulder High School, Gabby Varga in lane 2 from Longmont, Emily Harding from Jefferson Academy, a freshman, in lane number 3. In lane number 4, we have Sydney Furman from Erie High School. We have Adriana Kahenik of Jefferson Academy, Gracie Wiltz of Frederick High School in lane 6, and in lane 7, Camelia Gonzalez of Boulder High School. So that is what the lane assignments look like here. Sorry if I butchered any of those names. The highest seed, the one to beat, is Sydney Furman here in this first heat from Erie. She has the season best time of 20.5 seconds, and she is in lane number 4. Sydney is a sophomore. 2 older brothers have also run track as well. Runners on their mark. By the way, it looks like there's been a slight lane shift. No one in lane number 2. So not sure what exactly is going on, but here we go. 100 hurdles.
The first of 3 heats for the girls 100-meter hurdles.
Furman closing the gap here. Not the best start, but closing well. Clearing all the hurdles. Furman in the lead. And Furman will take the first heat at 20. Oh no, they will say Centaurus. Well, I think they have the incorrect lane assignments in their system right now.
Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Tucker from Thornton.
So in heat 2, Tucker from Thornton High School, and lane 1, Tucker from Thornton High School. Zubrick from Frederick, Baranek from Niwot, Orlova, Loven from Centaurus, Huddle from Niwot, Davia from Erie, that's Fiona, Nedved from Jefferson Academy, and Umbener from Erie, a freshman. And I apologize, Erie fans, not sure how to say Abigail's name. And here we go. In lane 2 right now, it's Zubrick in the lead. In lane number 8, or excuse me, 7, Nedved trying to close. It's still Zubrick. Zubrick and Nedved. And it will be Zubrick. Megan Zubrick that wins this one at 18:06.
Lane 1 is Bishop from Longmont. Lane 2, Richardson from Meade. Lane 3 is Manning from Silver Creek. Lane 4 is Daisabe Gunawardena from Niwot. Lane 5 is Duyard from Niwot. Lane 6 is Lentz from Dievelin. Lane 7 is Jefferson Academy.
So in this final heat, you have Bishop from Longmont in lane 1, and lane 2 from Meade, Richardson. Madeline Manning in lane number 3 from Silver Creek. Dissa Bega Gowaniadeda from Niwot. I'm really sorry about that. Douliard from Niwot in lane 5. Lentz from Dievelin in lane 6. Schaefer from Jefferson Academy in lane 7. And Annison Pound from Erie in lane number 8. Here they go. The one to beat here is the name we can't pronounce from Meade. We'll try our best. I mean, from Niwot, and it's Niwot running 1-2. There is one trip of a hurdle, and it's a different, and a final hurdle trip. And I think Disabega Guaderdeda. Good grief, I cannot pronounce that name. But you had Bishop of Longmont make a run there at the end. Not sure who ended up winning that one, but that will do it for the girls 100 hurdles. It's now the boys 110-meter hurdles that will begin in just a little bit. So we'll step aside on our commentary once again.
Erie hurdle crew, you need to be helping with the hurdles.
This is our first call for the girls 100-meter dash. First call for the girls 100-meter dash. We have 3 heats of the boys 110 hurdles and then girls 100-meter dash. You are up next. For heat 1 of our boys 110-meter hurdles, in lane 1 we have Yoho from Longmont. Lane 2 is Feith from Longmont. Lane 3 is Dumball from Lyons. Lane 4 is Sullivan from Lyons. Lane 5 is Yecker from Lyons. Lane 6 is Lehan from Niwot. And lane 7 is Filmer from Longmont. Girls long jumpers, if you are in flight number 3, you are requested at the north pit. Girls long jump, we are ready for flight number 3. Get yourselves checked in at the north pit. Girls long jump.
One. All right, everybody. We are trying to get another mobile mic in here so we can maybe move around the field a little bit and give you some updates from other areas. Just so you are aware of what we're trying to do here. And so that was the whole idea behind that. Might be a little hot on the audio. We'll try not to blast you too loud there. See if that's a little bit more of a pleasing range. Nope. Let's turn down the gain a little bit. Okay, that sounds a little bit more palatable. So we have the boys' 110-meter hurdle. And we're moving our position here to the top of the press box. And so in lane 1 is Yoho of Longmont, Feith of Longmont in lane 2. Dumbald of Lions, Sullivan of Lions, Ucker of Lions in lanes 3, 4, 5. Niwot in lane 6 and Longmont in lane number 7. And it will be the Niwot runner, the freshman. Niwot with a time of 20 lap, which is his best time by over a second and a third. And now the second heat settling in, and in this second heat, it will be Caden Clays of Jefferson Academy in lane 1. In lane 2, Michael Diapolito in lane 2. In lane 3, Horizon, Mason Smith. In lane 4, Kayla Peruza of Prospect Ridge. In lane 5, Samuel Deegan of Silver Creek. In lane 6, Mark Leone of Jefferson Academy. In lane 7, Adrian Deputat of Silver Creek. And Zachary Schultz in lane 8, also of Silver Creek. Runners taking the mark, and by the way, it looks like we have no lane 7 runner, so maybe a late scratch there. So here we go, heat number 2. Out of the middle, looks like Prospect Ridge runner taking the lead here. And he will win this at a time of 17:78. That was Peruza of Prospect Ridge at 17:81, which is his best time so far on the season. Okay, we will go back to the start line. This is the fastest timed seated heat. In lane number 1, it's Eric Walker of Niwa. In lane 2, it's Zach Rashak of Erie. In lane number 3, it's Aaron Strauber of Jefferson Academy. In lane 4, it's Mateo Casados of Horizon. In lane 5, it's Nick Stad of Niwa. In lane 6, it's Isaiah Littlefield. In lane 7, it's Castaneda of Longmont, and from Horizon in lane 8, it's Pibburn Burback. The fastest time on the year is the Horizon runner, Mateo Casados, a 15:33. Be almost 5 seconds faster than the fastest time we just saw in the previous heat. That's moving, folks. And he is in lane number 4. They want to adjust a couple of the hurdles. All right, that was the second set of hurdles. So, on their mark. Set is the call. There's the gun. So we talked about lane 4 and the speed, and we're seeing it now. Flying is Casados. He's got the lead. Not too far behind him is Smith, but Casados trying to cross the line, and he will at 15:45. And that is not his fastest time of the year, but still a winner. Strauber in second of Jefferson Academy. Pretty good run there, 16.39 in third. The fastest Erie runner, Rushak, will finish. Waiting for some of the results to trickle in. So that will do it for the hurdles. We're going to step away from our commentary. We will figure out what to broadcast next. I know on the track, we have the girls 100, and there'll be 6 heats of that, seeded 1 through 8 in every heat. So that last heat should produce our fastest time of the day, but we'll keep you posted. But we'll pause our commentary for just a moment here on the ATN. Come up to the press box if you want. There is a door, I just have to let you in.
Attention athletes and coaches, looking at our time schedule right now. The girls 100-meter dash was scheduled to take off at 10:25. It is 10:06, so we are almost 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Athletes and coaches, we are about 20 minutes ahead of schedule, so make sure you are listening to the announcements instead of following the time schedule for the later events today. And we're off and running in our first heat of 6 for the girls 100-meter dash. We have Patios from Longmont, Riverdale, and we have Lear from Frederick. For heat number 2 of the girls 100-meter dash, we have Gutierrez from Longmont Lane 1, Ruiz from Lyons Lane 2, Castley from Horizon Lane 3, Chin from Niwot Lane 4, Bierski from Centaurus Lane 5, Yen from Longmont Lane 6, Irvin from Lyons Lane 7, and Bender from Twin
All right, so we're rejoining you here for our commentary in the girls' 100-meter dash. This is the lowest seeded meet. And it looks like in lane number 3 will be our winner. And that is Peltilos of Niwot High School. So she will finish with a time of 15:37, which is her personal best time of the year, at least that we have been given in terms of our information. And now heat number 2, and these heats will get progressively faster. Grace Gutierrez in lane 1 of Longmont, Jolie Ruiz of in lane number 2 of Lions, Madden Castelli of Horizon in lane 3, Arbella Chin in lane 4 for Niwot, Abby Mirsky in lane 5 for Centaurus, Selena Nguyen in lane number 6 for Longmont, Eden Irvin in lane number 7 for Lions, and in lane 8, it's Simone Bender of Twin Peaks Charter School. So here we go as the second of 6 heats here for the girls 100 finals. The favorite in this one would be Arbella Chin of Niwot. But right now, a pretty good run there in lane number 2 out of Lions. It should be a good finish, a good closing kick there by the Horizon runner, Castelli, and let's see who they have. And they will say it's lane 4 of Horizon. Madden Castelli. I'm sure they will double check and verify those times. These are laser time. This is a laser timed meet. And so those times official, but sometimes they do have to sort out exactly who crossed when. And now heat number 3. In lane 1 of Shining Mountain, it's Grace Remmert. In lane 2 of Lions High School, it's Reagan Karlstrom. In lane 3 of Thornton High School, it's Catalina Alcaraz. In lane 4 of Horizon, it's Kinsey Carroll. In lane 5 of Prospect Ridge, it's Jalen Corby. In lane 6 of Lions High School, it's Hannah Hahnemann. In lane 7 of Longmont, it's Leiden Graham. And in lane 8 of Horizon, the freshman Ariana Hendon. The best time so far this season is Kinsey Carroll at 4.39 in this heat, but Jalen Corby in lane 5 of Prospect Ridge right there. Good start, though, in lane 1 for Remmert. Remmert still has the lead. Losing a little bit of steam here. Can she keep it up? And I think Remmert is going to take it all the way in lane number 1 at 13.69. Oh, beg your pardon. That was heat number 4. So we've somehow missed a heat here. That was Catherine Bogdanova of Silver Creek High School. I'm not sure if we skipped a heat or what. Have I miscounted here, folks? Good grief. All right. Hey, we're bringing it to you. That is first for us here on the Erie Tiger Network. In lane 5, or in heat 5 of Jefferson Academy, it's Asha Stevens in lane 1. In lane 2 out of Meade, it's Katie Meaning. In lane 4 of Centaurus, it's Lauren Kidney. In lane 4 of Centaurus, it's Zoe Keenan. In lane 5 of Meade, it's Amanda Polanski. In lane 6 of Niwot, it's Julia Rudolph. In lane 7 of Silver Creek, it's Emma Saunders. And in lane 8 of Meade, it is Alana Smith. And the favorite, if you will, in this one is Zoe Keenan. And here we go. Good start for the Meade runner. That's Polanski. And I think she's going to take this one a good lead, and she will hold on. And how about that? A 13.12 for Polanski. Fastest time we have had so far. The Meade High School runner in lane 5 will win this heat. And that might be good to finish in about the top 5 or so, depending on what happens in our final heat. So our final heat, the fastest seeded heat, as we take a look. Aliyah Robinson of Jefferson Academy, or that's Robinson of Jefferson Academy. Mila Wilkies of Erie High School. Madeline Hartle of Erie High School also run a 13:10 at some point. Both of those Erie runners are freshmen. Margaret Gillett of Niwot at 12:71. Deshaw Howard of D'Evelyn at 13:07, her fastest time. Heidi Warlock of Erie at 13:10. Lily Meskers of Erie at 13:13. And Musu Dalla of Thornton. So Erie, 4 runners in the fastest heat. They've had 4 runners all break 13:13. But the favorite in this would be Margaret Gillett of Niwot. Should be a good race. The final heat. And here we go. Niwot runner out in front, way out in front. In the near lane trying to close is Dolly, or I think that was actually Lily Meskers that finished second for Erie. Heidi Warlock finished third at 13:08. For Heidi, that's her best time on the season. For Meskers, she finished second. That is her best time.
Great job, ladies.
And so the 2 more experienced runners for Erie actually bested the 2 youngsters who have better season times. How about that? 4 Erie Tigers in the final heat. But the winner, I believe, was Margaret Gillett of Niwot High School. All right, so now we're going to get you all set up for the boys 100 meter. There are 7 heats in this one. So it'll be Avena of Twin Peaks in lane 1, Ucker of Lions in lane 2, Milan Guevara of Thornton in lane 3, Morris of Riverdale Ridge in lane 4, Ariano of Horizon High School in lane 5, Varga of Twin Peaks in lane 6, and Dibby of Twin Peaks in lane number 7.
4x200 meter relay.
Alrighty, so here we go. In lane number, well, we already went over the lanes here. It was 1 through 7, and I see an empty lane in lane 1, so not sure if that was a late scratch or what's going on. We'll try and get a better look. Kind of tough to see the ends of both the start line and the finish line from the press box, so we may move back to our mobile mic here. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay, so we are back on our mobile mic, and that will help us figure out exactly what is going on so that we can move around a little bit. So in this first heat, we're just waiting for the setup. We might mosey down toward the finish line. And here we go. In this first heat, and man, this is a tight finish. And I'm not even sure who took that one. They will say Dibby of Twin Peaks, but I think that one might be too close to call here. Yep, and they will say Dibby of Twin Peaks wins the first heat at a time of around 13 seconds. So in lane 1, it's Whitfield of Longmont. In lane 2, it's Leno of Lions. In lane number 3, it's Sains of Jefferson Academy. Bonner in lane number 4 for Riverdale Ridge. Holiday of Riverdale Ridge in lane 5. Lehman of Jefferson Academy in lane 6. Beard of Jefferson Academy in lane 7. Lehman of Frederick in lane 6. And Luis Vasquez of Lions in lane number 8.
Can we have the finalists for boys triple jump? Please check in. That is Wanamaker from Prospect Ridge, Miller from Silver Creek.
And it was the Riverdale Ridge runner. And the wind is picked up, so we got to move back in the press box. I believe that was RJ Holiday. But might have been Isaac Bonner. Here in the third heat, it'll be Vogel of Centaurus in lane 1. Hines of Horizon in lane 2. Zerchuch of Prospect Ridge in lane 3. Conrad of Dievelin in lane 4. Spenceri of Twin Peaks in lane 5. Mason Dean of Thornton in lane 6. Stone Cipher of Jefferson Academy in lane 7. And Ryan Esterline of Centaurus in lane 8.
Centaurus lane 1, Hines from Horizon lane 2. Zertuch from Prospect Ridge lane 3, Conrad from Devlin lane 4, Spenciari from Twin Peaks lane 5, Dean from Thornton lane 6.
The favorite in this heat would be Sean Conrad of Dievelin with a 12:43. As we said, these heats get progressively faster.
Stop running, false start.
And we have a false start.
Walk on back to your blocks, boys.
And those boys
I'd like to take
gonna
a moment
be
to remind everyone that if you want to see this meet, if you want to see live results from this meet, pull out your smartphone, go to a web browser, and rapid results live.
I see the coaches from Thornton, Frederick, Niwot, Centaurus, Erie, and Jefferson Academy to the start finish line.
Again, if you want to see live results for today's meet, go to rapidresultslive.com. That is rapidresultslive.com for live results for this meet. They will be updated at the conclusion of the last heat of each event. They will be updated at the conclusion of the last heat of your event. And these boys are off and running their second try at it for the 100-meter dash. That is lane 5, Spenciari from Dievelin.
So Spenciari of Dievelin wins it in lane number 5 of that heat. Sorry, we are trying to change out some of our mics here. So bear with us for a moment. Okay, and heat number 4 In lane 1, it's Gregory of Lyons, Schaefer of Silver Creek in lane 2, Ziedman of Prospect Ridge in lane 3, Gomez of Thornton in lane 4, McCarty of Erie High School in lane 5, Centaurus Velasco in lane 6, Rule of D'Evelyn in lane 7, and it was Darkovic Svich of D'Evelyn in lane 8, and it will be Ziedman, Prospect Ridge. His best time of the year was 12.14. And that time for him is 12.01, so he his best time of the year. And I'm not sure, by the way, the wind is pretty high, but I don't know if it's necessarily aiding them or not. Hard to kind of tell from up here in the press box which way the wind is blowing. We already did the lane run down here in this heat. And it will be, looks like lane 2, maybe 11.97 of Centaurus. No, lane 6. So Mario Velasco, the winner. Oh, beg your pardon, we didn't run down that. That was Centaurus Carlson. We had Kantanen of Meade, Walker of Niwot, Sam of Silver Creek, Watts of Niwot, Patterson of Longmont, Walters of Horizon, and Sabatos of Frederick in that. So our second fastest heat, the 6th heat, we have Khalif of Longmont in lane 1, Longmont Featherson lane 2, Jefferson Academy runner Kelly Cannon in lane 3, Cody Kupka of Horizon in lane 4, Eric Hart of Thornton in lane 5. Of Erie High School, it's Sean Thomas Francisco in lane 6, Craig Wright in lane 7, and Sean Medlock in lane number 8. So here they go. My goodness, how about that speed out of there in lane 2 from Quentin Featherson. And he will blow by the field at 11.17. That is his best time by a lot this year. And so Featherson just looked like he was shot out of a gun. By the way, Francisco at 12.07. A little bit slower than his best time on the year. By the way, we can look at the rapid results time. We will try to update those for you.
We have our final heat up for the boys 100-meter dash. Lakey from Frederick, lane 1. Klassen from Niwot, lane 2. Barnett from Erie, lane 3. Hartel from Erie in lane 4. Bailey from Meade in lane 5. Donaldson from Erie, lane 6.
So the last heat, it's Lackey of Frederick, Klassen of Niwot, Blake Barnett, the big freshman in lane 3 of Erie, Quentin Hartle, the senior in lane 4, Nathan Bailey of Meade, Blake Donaldson of Erie in lane 6, Parker Ayers of Frederick, and then Mohel Mitchell of D'Evelyn in lane 8. And so a chance here for Quentin Hartle to be the winner in lane 3. Man, how about, or in lane 4, and Blake Barnett. Think about how big that kid is and how fast he is for how big he is. Good job by the Meade runner, but closing in is Quentin. And Quentin Hartle, 11.24. And I think, I'm trying to remember what Quinn Featherson ran, but Featherson might have won this in the heat before. They stopped scrolling through the Erie numbers, so we'll try and get those numbers for you in the boys 100. See, they will update fairly soon.
Relay. Our first call for the boys 4x200 meter relay. We are currently 45 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're going to take our time getting these 4x200 meter relays started.
So it sounds like there's a little bit of a delay in the stadium because we are ahead of schedule, which is a good thing.
Start the girls 4x200 meter relay in 10 minutes.
And they're going to start the 4x200 in 10 minutes. Right now there's no field events going on that we're able to capture. So we are actually going to pause the live stream for a little bit here. Pause the live stream. We'll be back in 10 minutes here on the Erie Tiger Network. And welcome back in live here on the Erie Tiger Network. Brandon Bird here with you, and we are about to start the girls 4x200 meter relay, as it will be Erie in lane 3, Jefferson Academy in lane 4, and Centaurus in lane 5, and the girls are off. So 4x200, so each girl will run about a half a lap. I beg your pardon, they'll each, yep, there's the half a lap exchange. Erie so far in first place. Jefferson Academy, the lowest time on the season at 2:01. By the way, in that previous race you saw before we kind of break from our coverage, it was the Longmont runner Quinn Featherson that won the boys 100 over Quinn Hartle of Erie, and he was in the second to last heat. All right, here comes the third leg. It will be Erie to exchange first. No, it will actually be Jefferson Academy to exchange first. Erie High School trying to close the gap here in the third leg. Pretty good third leg here so far by Erie, as they are now running in first, and third right now is Centaurus. So it is Erie in first, and it's the last exchange here in the 4x2, I beg your pardon.
After the final exchange,
and
first seed, we have Erie, followed by Jefferson Academy, followed by Centaurus.
Here comes the Tigers down the home stretch, and they will take this first heat with a time of 1:55.70, so that best their previous team best time by about 6 seconds. Actually, a little bit better than 6 seconds. So good run for the Erie Tigers in that first heat, but now in the second heat, in lane 2 it'll be D'Evelyn, in lane 3 it'll be Thornton. In lane 4, it'll be Meade. In lane 5, it'll be Niwot. In lane 6, it'll be Longmont. And in lane 7, it'll be Horizon.
Boys 4x2, we're going to get you started at 10:50.
All right, so we already laid out the check. Okay, so we already laid out the lane assignments here. By the way, we're trying to be a little bit more mobile here so that we can give you more accurate reporting. Special thanks to Emma Longoria, who is our camera operator today. She's actually a part of this track program, but currently on the mend. Probably hear some wind whipping through our mics. We apologize for that.
Looks like we have a white flag in our exchange zone, so Mr. Starter, we are ready when you are.
All right, they had to get the exchange zones already. And the second heat is finally underway. For 155 right now is the current time to beat, but the best time ran this season is Meade at 145 and Niwot at 145 and a half. And they're off here in heat number 2 of the girls 4x200 meter relay. So far is Niwot well in the here. And we're trying to be mobile here so you hear a little bit of popping from our audio. But Niwot currently in the lead, an exchange of less than 48 seconds in the first lap. Third exchange now. Niwot well out in front. I mean, there is no one in sight right now for Niwot. Longmont in second. And here comes the final exchange for the Cougars. Remember, their best time is only a little bit ahead of, or a little behind Meade. And Meade is running last until this leg. Home stretch run. It's Niwot, followed by Longmont, and the time for Niwot will be 1:41 point. Oh, they actually never stopped the clock. So the clock continued to roll here, so we actually don't have any official times. But 2:04 the last. Well, they still haven't. Don't know if there's a. Hopefully, I don't need to rerun this race. They are rerunning one of the girls' 100 meters, and hopefully, that's the only one they'll have to do today. Sorry if we lost you there for a second. We went a little bit out of our range with our broadcast system. We're trying to be wireless here so we can be a little more mobile, but we are kind of limited on the range. But we're actually going to let the stadium mic kind of take over. We're going to turn up our camera mic a little bit, and that'll kind of be the commentary for a little while here as we take a break on the ATN.
I need the Erie hurdle crew to the field after the 4x2. I need the Erie hurdle crew to the field after the 4x2.
This is our second call for the girls 1,600-meter run. Second call for girls. In our first heat of the boys 4x200-meter relay, we have lane 2 Jefferson Academy, lane 3 Silver Creek, lane 4 Frederick, lane 5 Meade, and lane 6 Centaurus.
You heard the lane calls there. Part of the meet in the lead. This is the boys 4x200-meter relay. We're going to turn down our camera mic because the wind is just so brutal right now. It's just brutalizing our audio.
Coming on down the home stretch, we have a tight duel between Meade, Frederick, and Creek is not too far behind. And it looked like Meade was able to hold off Frederick, followed by Creek, Centaurus, and Jefferson. For heat number 2, the boys 4x200-meter relay, lane 1 Prospect Ridge, lane 2 Longmont High, lane 3 Erie High, lane 4 is Thornton, lane 5 Horizon, lane 6 Niwot, lane 7 D'Evelyn, and lane 8 Lions. Can we get the Erie Hurdle crew to the Erie Hurdle crew? Come on into the infield. Your coach is requesting your audience. And coming on down the home stretch, we have Niwot, followed by Erie, followed by Longmont, Horizon, Lions, Prospect Ridge, Thornton, and D'Evelyn. Girls, 1,600 meter runners, all three heats of you should be on the infield and ready for your race. Girls, 1,600, come on out for your race. Before we start the first heat, we do have that rerun of the girls 100 hurdles, heat number 2. Once that race is over, we are on to 1,600 meter run. This is our last call, boys high jump. Last call, boys high jump. We moved you up to start at 11 o'clock. All boy high jumpers in and at the high jump pit. Boys high jump, this is your last call. And we're off with heat number 2 of the rerun. And it looks like that is lane 2, Frederick, coming through the finish line first. Great job, girls. Cheer them on. It was not their fault. It was a timing issue with their race. They came out to run it again. Good for them to get. Great job, girls. Are ready for heat 1 of the girls' 1,600 meter run to come on over to the start finish line. You are up next, and heat 3, you're to follow. We have 3 heats of the girls' 1,600 meter run today. As a reminder, we are approximately 20 minutes ahead of schedule right now. We are 20 minutes ahead of schedule right now. We will still take a lunch break following the boys and girls 1,600 meter run. And we will most likely stay 20 minutes ahead of schedule, maybe move to 30 minutes ahead of schedule, so please listen to the announcements. first heat of the girls 1600 meter run. We have Benjis from Centaurus, Bell from Centaurus, from Boulder, Roberts from Lions, Griffith from Longmont, Lee from Horizon, Linton from Jefferson Academy, Johnson from Lions, Glaza from Horizon, Alt from Thornton, Smith from Prospect, and Lundstrom from Horizon. Let's go ahead and make this first call, girls triple jump. We're going to get you started ahead of schedule. If you're in the girls triple jump, please check in at 11:30. We're going to try and start girls triple jump at 50. That is 20 minutes away, so girls triple jumpers, please check in now. As we take a look at what cut is coming up after the feeder run, we are going to begin the girls 4x1 at 12:15. So whenever this 1600 meter run ends, we will have a short break for our workers to have their lunch break, and we're going to begin the 4x1 at 12:15. We will also make our first call for the boys long jump. First call, boys long jump. You can start heading over to the pit and getting checked in, especially if you are in the first flight. Boys long jump in the first flight, head on over to the pit and get checked in. 1,600-meter run. Second call for the boys. 1,600-meter run, second call. And coming on down to the finish line, that is Alanya from Boulder, finishing first in the girls 1,600-meter run, heat 1. Attention fans of track and field. Attention all fans of track and field. Bring your attention to the pole vault event. We have a tie for first place, so they are doing a jump off at 13.6. Keep your eye on that pole vault pit. There is a tie for first place currently, so they are doing a jump off at 13.6. They each get one attempt, and if they both make it, they're moving up a height. If they both miss it, they're moving down a height. And if one of them makes it, they are the champion for today in the boys pole vault. And the ladies are off for the second of 3 heats for the girls 1,600-meter run. We have Hendershot from Niwot, Alschuler from Niwot, Caldwell from Meade, Pinedo from Erie, Chiporis from Boulder, Zender from Shining Mountain, Cosillo from Prospect, Wheeler from Prospect, Salimund from Shining Mountain, Thomas from Lyons, Stadler from Boulder, Stadler from Jefferson Academy, Windlicka from Boulder, and Davia from Erie. is our final call, boys long jump, flight 1. We are missing 3 of you. Bonner, Riverdale Ridge, Morris, Riverdale Ridge, and Roos, Evelyn High School. That's Bonner, Morris, and Roos. You are needed to jump long jump. It is your final call, so head over there to get checked in. And coming on down the home stretch, this is Caldwell from me, taking the crown for heat number 2 in the girls' 1600 meter run. Just barely. Almost broke 6 minutes. Well done. And we're off in our final heat of the girls' 1600 meter run. Boys, 1600 meter runners, you should be checking in at the start line. Boys, 1600 meter run, please check in at the start line. This is your third and final call. In this final heat of the girls' 1600 meter run, we have Wales from Meade, Marr from Prospect, Jimenez from Erie, Beck from Jefferson Academy, Miller from Evelyn, Leonard from Niwot, Barhar from Jefferson Academy, Gray from Lyons, Cook from Boulder, Everett from Niwot, Maroney from Crete, and Murray. Coming down the track in first place, we have Everett from Niwot, followed closely by Cook, Boulder, Key Creek, and Maroney Creek. Next up on the track, we have our first of 3 heats for the boys 1600 meter run. As a reminder, after these 3 heats, we are going to take our lunch break, and at 12:15, we will begin the girls 4x100 meter relay. Again, at 12:15, after our lunch break, we will begin the girls 4x100 meter relay. In Heat 1 of the boys 1600 meter run, we have Bailey from Frederick, Rodriguez from Prospect, Ruda from Prospect, Sickow from Twin Peaks, Stadler from Twin Peaks, Hyman from Horizon, Yen from Thornton, Horning from Shining Mountain, Solomon from Thornton, Baker from Twin Peaks, Kawhi from Diablin, Bernjik from Horizon, Cardalso from Frederick, Simonson from Erie, Richardson from Erie, Kell from Erie, Howell from Frederick, Valquette from Boulder, and Ray Macher from Erie. first place for the first heat of the boys 600-meter one, that is Belkett from Boulder.
All right, so there is going to be a lunch break here soon. What we are going to do is continue to roll live. We are also taking a lunch break. So what's going to happen is we're actually going to pause our live stream momentarily, and we'll be back on the air around 12:15 or so. So a 30-minute break. We'll pause our live stream. We'll be back on the
Track and field team. We have Isabel. She's a 4-year varsity runner. Thank you for everything you've done for the team, Izzy. We have Avery. Sorry. We have Berkeley McGee. She's a first-year track athlete and a 4-year cheer athlete. Thank you, Berkeley. We have Emma Osborne, also a 4-year varsity track athlete. Thank you for all you've done for the team, Emma. We have Anna Garcia, also a 4-year varsity athlete. Thank you, Anna, for everything. We have Lauren Davia, 4-year track athlete. Thank you for everything. Isabel Sierra, 2-year varsity athlete. Thank you, Isa. Maria Pinedo, 2-year track athlete. Cambry Frazier, 4-year varsity track athlete. Quentin Harlow, 4-year varsity track athlete. Thank you, Quentin. Blake Donaldson, another 4-year varsity track athlete. Thank you, Blake. Brendan Murphy, another 4-year varsity track athlete. And we have Grady Wolver, 2nd-year track athlete. Thank you all, seniors. Thank you for all you've done for the team, and good luck in your future endeavors. They wanted to point out that they're special because they're my first freshman to senior class.
We are about 15 minutes out from the girls 4x100 meter relay. This is our first call, girls 4x100 meter relay. Attention track and field fans, the high jump bar has been moved up to 6 feet 11 inches. Eddie Kerjak from Longmont High School just cleared 6'9", and he's going to go for his first of 3 attempts at 6'11". Let's give this young man from Long. He's got one more attempt left for 6 feet 11 inches. Very well done by Mr. Kerjak. I guess his consolation prize for not hitting that height is a Longmont High school record of 6'9" feet. Congrats, Eddie. We're going to go ahead and make second call for the girls 4x100 meter relay. Second call, girls 4x100 meter relay. And we'll do first call for the boys 4x100 meter relay. First call, boys 4x100 meter relay. like the high school block crew, please come over to the start-finish line. Erie, you are requested at the start to set the blocks up.
All right, everybody, welcome back in. You got to see a little bit of the senior celebration there at midfield. We followed the long jump there. Currently, we're looking at the shot put area, or the throwing areas, rather. Kind of take a peek at that, but we will break away from those throwing areas to join the next portion of our running events, and I believe it is the girls. Let's double check here. Well, our papers got blown around while we were away. So let's just double check, make sure we have everything we need here. As the girls 4x100 meter relay will be our next track event, followed by the boys 4x100, and the Erie boys, for those of you watching on the Erie Tiger Network, have a chance to potentially set a school record today. I know that's kind of their goal. We talked about the sprinting speed for the boys. They had 4 in the finals of the 100. Quentin Hartle finished 2nd place. And in fact, speaking of events that have happened so far, let's go ahead and run down those events. In the girls 100, 800, in the girls 800 sprint medley, Niwot High School won that one, 145-16. Margaret Gillett, Kimora Northrup, Catherine Carroll, and Taylor James were the winners in that event. Erie High School finished 3rd in that event with Graylin, Hartle, Hunder, and Umbenauer. In the second girls, and we'll just go down the girls list, then we'll hop to the boys list. The 4x800 meter relay, Niwot High School won 9:55.67. D'Evelyn finished 2nd. Prospect Ridge, Horizon, Erie, Jefferson Academy, and Shining Mountains. It was Perkins, Alessandri, Bullen, and Robinson for Niwot. For the girls' 400 meter hurdles, unfortunately, that was a rerun because of a missed time for one heat. Ultimately, it was Niwot High School's, and I apologize about this name, Disabe Gunwardena is the winner at 17.41. Caroline Bishop in 2nd. Schaefer, Manning, Richardson, Pound. Anderson Pound was the best finisher for the Tigers in 6th. The sophomore, 19:41. Moving on to the girls' 100 meter, Margaret Gillett of Niwot High School won that at 12:62. Lily Meskers of Erie finished in 2nd at 12:93. Heidi Warlock of Erie finished in 3rd at 13:08. Amanda Polanski of Meade, and then Desha Howard round out the top 5, and then Maya Wilkies with the 6th place finish, the freshman, at 13.29 seconds. Just through the 8 events scored. Actually, we'll save the team event standings for a little bit later. We'll just continue to go through the races that have been run so far. In the girls, and let's make sure this is correct, we just did the girls 100 meter and the girls 4x2. You know, we're having a little bit of trouble accessing those results. Let's try and reset our system here. And wouldn't you know it, we are having a little bit of a system issue. So all our results that we compiled, our computer has frozen up. Okay, here we go. I think we're able to, well, we're trying, folks. Trying the best we can here. All right, in the boys, here we go. Okay, in the girls 4x200 meter relay, Niwot High School wins by a time of 1:40.49. Longmont, D'Evelyn, Horizon, and Erie round out the top 5. It was Hunder, Sierra, Garcia, and Umbendauer for Erie. Gillett, Northrup, James, and Carroll for Niwot. The girls 4x1 is heading down to the track. We'll continue to update results as we go. But let's take a look at the girls 4x1. As the girls 4x1 runners still haven't entered the track, so we'll continue to run through at least a couple results. The 1,600 meter run was won by Niwot High School. That's Tessa Everett, followed by Lindsay Cook out of Boulder, Ellie Murray of Silver Creek. The highest Erie finisher was 7th by Ella Jimenez at a time of 5:50.98. The winner 5:36.35. That is all the girls run events so far. We're about to see the 4x100 in the high jump. Sierra Haberman of Jefferson Academy won. We do not have girls pole vault results yet. The girls long jump was another Jefferson Academy. That was Aliyah Robinson. Mila Wilkies of Erie High School finished in 2nd place in the event, and Kiara Welch finished in 7th. In the girls triple jump, that has not happened. Girls discus currently underway, and the girls shot put, also no results to report yet. We're still waiting for the girls 4x1 to enter the track, so let's go ahead and jump to the boys. We have the boys 4x800 meter. Horizon High School won that relay, 8:38.48. The final time of that one, it was Jackson Thornton, Brett Davis, Riley Owens, and Cade Bullion. It was Horizon, Niwot, Frederick, Meade, Prospect, Ridge. In the top 5, Erie finished 6th with Murphy, Rademacher, Maddox, and Kraus running in that relay. In the boys 110 meter hurdles out of Horizon High School's Mateo Casados, who won at a time of 15.49 seconds. Aaron Strauber of Jefferson Academy finished 3rd. The highest Erie finisher, or excuse me, finished 2nd. The highest Erie finisher was Zachary Ruschak, who ran at a time of 19.68. The junior finished in 13th. For the 100-meter yard dash, this is the one that Erie performed well in, but in the second to last heat, Quinn Featherson beat all the runners in that first heat with a time of 11.21. Quentin Hartle finished in 2nd, 11.24. The senior from Erie. Blake Barnett finished in 5th for Erie. Blake Donaldson in 12th. It was Featherson, Hartle, Kelly Cannon of Jefferson Academy, Bailey of Meade to round out the top 4. And as we mentioned, Barnett 5th, Blake Donaldson 8th, and Sean Thomas Francisco in 11th. Those 4, I beg your pardon, in 15th. Those 4 will run the 4x1. So that's 4 of the top 15 finishers in the 100 will run the 4x1 for Erie. In the 4x200 Niwot relay, Niwot High School won that at a time of 1:34.70. Craig Wright, Eric Walker, Benjamin Klassen, and Nick Stodd were the participants there. The girls 4x1 are finally in the blocks here. As they will take their marks, we'll go over team standings and whatnot, and update you on a few more events at the conclusion of this heat. And in the 400x1, it is Longmont in lane 3, Lyons in lane 4, and Thornton in lane 5. And here we go. The runners are off, all wearing blue shirts here. Longmont, Lyons, and Thornton all blue. So we'll try and keep you tuned to the best time. It could be close. All 3 of these teams have finished within 2 seconds here in this race. Right now in the second lane, Lyons running a little bit stronger here out of the middle lane. Here comes the 3rd transfer. A lot of ground to make up for Longmont. Thornton trying to hold off Lyons, but from the outside. Thornton closing well here in this 3rd leg. The final exchange here in the 4x1 in the first heat. In the near lane, it's Thornton. Middle lane is Lyons, and outside lane is Longmont. Longmont making a strong close, and it will be Longmont to take the win on a come-from-behind victory at 56.65 seconds. That's their best time of the season. Longmont High School, the girls 4x100. That's the first of 2 heats. In this second heat, it'll be Horizon out of lane 2, Centaurus out of lane 3, Niwot out of lane 4, Erie out of lane 5, Meade out of lane 6, and Jefferson Academy out of lane number 7. The best time this season in this group so far was Niwot, as you might expect. Very strong track program, 49.2 seconds. Erie second best at 52 flat. Both of them running out of the middle 2 lanes. Runners are in the blocks here, waiting for the final runners to take their marks. Three and a half hours of broadcast time. We've been here a little bit longer than that. Took a nice little lunch break. As we mentioned before, huge thanks to Emma Longoria for being our camera operator here today. Still waiting for the runners to fully settle in here in the second heat. The 4x100. Currently the time to beat is Longmont at 56:35. All the teams have run better times than that. Of course, we do have some approximate times. Meade at 55 and Horizon both listed at 55 flat, Erie at 52 flat. So with those times, not officially run times, as you kind of shuffle girls in and out of relay teams, looking for your best combination. Girls waiting. The exchange flags are up in exchange area number 1, 2, and 3. And so we're now waiting for the officials who are discussing at the start line. And I'm not sure what's going on there or what the delay is. So hopefully they get that sorted out sooner rather than later. All right, there we go. Finally looks like we're ready to get going here. Not sure what the delay was there, but now the officials telling the runners to take their marks. Just a reminder, it's Horizon, Centaurus, Niwot, Erie, Meade, and Jefferson Academy as they're off here on the opening gun.
And we're off for heat number 2 of the girls 4x100 meter relay.
First team out of the exchange. I believe that is Horizon on the inside lane. Erie running right behind him. We will see Niwot close pretty quickly. Actually, I do think that's Niwot. I thought that was on an inside lane. Hard to tell. Final turn here. Final exchange. Niwot in the lead. Erie right behind them. Erie trying to close strong here, but it will be Niwot at a time of 48:67. Erie will finish second here at 51:26. So Niwot High School, another one event. And now we will see the boys 4x1. So in the 4x1 for the boys, in lane 2 is Centaurus, in lane 3 is Frederick, in lane 4 is Lions, in lane 5 is Longmont, and in lane 6 is Thornton. Lions is the favorite here. They've run the fastest time so far, but Frederick and Longmont have some solid teams here. Thornton and Centaurus on the outside lanes, probably not quite as quick. We were going over the boys' running events earlier. We'll get back to those results here in a little bit just to kind of update you. All of the handoff zones with the white flags up. Man, it is a windy day for sure. Still waiting for all the relay second heats. They will take their places, but the first heat runners are already in position, so runners are already in their marks. And there's the gun. Once again, it is on the inside horizon, Centaurus, or I beg your pardon, Centaurus, Frederick, Lions, Longmont, Thornton. There's a lot of blue schools. That is 5 schools with blue jerseys. So kind of hard to tell when they're far away, but we'll keep our eye as they are turning in here. Lions probably should be the leader here in this one. And in lane 4, it is Lions in the lead. Longmont trying to pass, and they will. Longmont, Lions, Thornton, a 1-2-3 finish. Longmont with a time of 58:06. Is that right? No, that is incorrect. Let's try and look at that again. 47:43, beg your pardon. So that bests Lions just by a little bit. Now here's what we've been waiting for. The 4x1, Erie High School could be in the mix for a first place finish here. They're hoping to break 44-2. Horizon, Jefferson Academy, Silver Creek in lane 3, Erie in lane 4, Niwot in lane 5, Riverdale Ridge in lane 6, Meade in lane 7, and Dievelin in lane number 8. And in this, you have Barnett, you have Hartle, you have Donaldson in there, and I believe the other runner for Erie is Francisco, Sean Thomas Francisco, the junior. Not quite sure what order they're running in. I think Francisco is the first leg here. Donaldson, it looks like, is the third leg. I believe Barnett is running the second leg, and then you have Hartle running the final leg. Should be a good one. It should be neck and neck here between Erie and Niwot, and that should be a pretty sizable lead. The next closest team is about 2 seconds behind in Silver Creek, at least in the seeding times. So this was kind of one of the races of the day that we were targeting. And we're off here. Erie just to the inside. You see Niwot in the green shorts. Can Francisco. It's really going to be all about the handoffs here. There's the handoff now. Barnett will take off. Barnett running ahead of the Niwot runner, but the Tigers do have the inside lane, so it's pretty close to neck and neck. Tigers close to taking the outright lead. Now Donaldson, a good split here is what Donaldson is shooting for, and he looked like he was shot out of a cannon. Tigers trying to maybe break a school record. We're trying to find out what the school record is. Hartle with it. Here come the Tigers down the home stretch. The Tigers are really pushing it here. They will finish in first by a mile. Niwot won't even finish in the top 3, and a time of 43.53 seconds. So 43.53. Erie was just absolutely flying there. And high fives all around from the Erie Tigers. Barnett trying to jog his way across the football field to meet up with his team members. Coach Havard is giving him high fives. And we are trying to track down the school record, 43.53. Goodness, that is fast.
Girls 400-meter runners.
Talked to Blake Donaldson before this, and he said, if we break the school record, you got to interview us. So the only thing is I never got the actual number for the school record. We're trying to track that down as we speak. We'll let you know if the Tigers were able to pull that off. But a very good relay race there by the Erie Tigers. And we're checking in the 4x100 time. Still not quite online yet. Real quick though, the most recently completed event by the way, the most updated team events for the boys, and Niwot was in first with 67, Longmont in second with 39 points, and Erie in third with 32, followed by Jefferson Academy and then Horizon High School. For the girls, let's see, we just had the 4x1. That's Niwot in first at 85, Erie in second at 56, Jefferson Academy in third at 40. So Erie in the top 3 in both boys and girls. Niwot in the top spot for both. So the next event run here will be the girls 400, one of the more grueling races on this track. Talk about lactic acid buildup. It is a dead sprint for one full lap around the track. All right, so we're kind of waiting here for the girls 100 to start. We updated you with the team standings for both. In case you missed the ending of the boys 1600, we did not have that. It was Simon Saea of Niwot High School, 4:31.01, almost broke 4:30. Was absolutely flying. The next closest runner was 9 seconds behind him, and Evan Mills. Kobe Enos finished third in the mile run. And Erie had Ryan Rademacher, a freshman, and Nick Kelm, a freshman. They both finished at 30 and 31 back-to-back. We didn't let you know, we forgot to update you anyways, at the 4x200 meter relay. Niwot Erie went 1-2 in that one with a time of 1:34.70. That was Wolver, Donaldson, and Whistler on that one for Erie. Good overall run there. That's what Blake Donaldson was talking about his split time, but his split was real solid in the 4x1 hurdle, and he was hunting for a record there. All right, now we continue to wait here. We're waiting for the girls' 400-meter yard race. They still have not come to the block, so while we have a moment, we'll take a timeout here on the UT.
Front Range Landfill puts all your needs in front of everything else. Front Range Landfill won Erie Chamber of Commerce Business of the Year Award, as well as being featured on national television. We are very proud of our facility and we welcome the opportunity to address your disposal needs. Our focus is on customer service. We strive to achieve easy and rapid access in and out of the facility. We feel certain that we will exceed your expectations of your solid waste disposal requirements. Choose Front Range Landfill for all your landfill needs. You will be pleased.
This is more than a bundle. It's more than a combo deal. It's not just stuff. This is your home, your car. And you want to give them the protection they deserve. With home and auto insurance. State Farm.
As soon as we went to second commercial, they shot off here and the runners are off in the 400-meter sprint in this first heat. 2 of 5 finals.
Down the home stretch, we have Holcomb from Thornton taking home the title for Heat 1 of the girls 400-meter dash. Heat 2, we have Lane 2 Root from Prospect Ridge, Lane 3 Cook from Prospect Ridge, Lane 4 Steffen from Centaurus, Lane 5 Foster from Centaurus, Lane 5 Novice Lily from Jefferson Academy, and Lane 7 Dave from Thornton. coming on down the home stretch of the 400-meter dash. It looks like lane 4, Stefan from Centaurus will win the second heat. Next up on the track, we have heat 3 of 5, girls 100-meter dash, girls 400-meter dash, excuse me. We're going to go ahead and make our third and final call for the boys 400-meter dash. All boys 400-meter dash runners, you should be down on the infield and ready to check in at the start line once the girls are done. In heat 3, we have Stephens from Jefferson Academy, lane 1, Kraus from Erie, lane 2, Herman from Jefferson in lane 3, Monica from Shining Mountain, lane 4, Davis from Meade, lane 5, Bergesser from Meade in lane 6, Hageman from Erie in lane 7, and Tomasco from Jefferson Academy in lane 8.
Okay, we picked up the stadium audio there for a little bit. We'll get back on track here with our announcing for Erie. Hunter Kraus and Izzy Hageman running here. And Hageman leading this heat. Hageman, who recently committed, I believe, to Clemson, the University of Clemson's cheer squad, trying to hold off and hold on for third place, and it'll be a good finishing kick there by Meade to win it. I believe that was Kristen Davis, as Izzy Hageman finished second. Davis 106.91. The score, Hageman 107.03. That's her best time of the year by almost 6 seconds. So Hageman getting better. And let's see if we can find out when Hunter Kraus finished. Hageman 107.03. Hunter Kraus finished third, 109.03. She's also a outstanding young swimmer, is Hunter. And Hunter likes, I guess, grueling sports and grueling events, running the 400 and swimming as well. So Hunter doing a good job there. Heat number 4 will feature one Erie runner. That is Hailey Warlock, but it'll be Jamison Ligg from Niwot in lane 1. In lane 2, Sundberg of Centaurus. In lane 3, Stukas of Horizon. In lane 4, Munch of Horizon. As we said, Warlock in lane 5, Alessandri in lane 6, Meade in lane 7, and Welch in lane number 9. And they are off here in the 400. These heats keep improving. We're getting awfully close to getting a minute lap, sub-minute lap.
Boys, 400-meter runners, if you're in heats 1, 2, or 3, head to the start-finish line and get yourselves checked in. Boys, 400-meter runners, in heats 1, 2, and 3, go to the start-finish line and get checked in.
The final turn here in this heat number 4. And it looks like it's Francis Hudson in lane 7 that's leading the way for Meade. Remember, it was 106 was the time to beat in the last heat. It could be close here. That time might still stand. No, will be 104.29 for the Mead runner. In second is Heidi Warlock. And Warlock finishes with a 105.7. So Hagman and Warlock really close to each other. And we will have one more heat here. It's Vienna View of Niwot, Anna Schaefer of Silver Creek in lane 2. Zoe Keenan of Centaurus in lane 3. Lily Meskers in lane 4 for Erie. She's the favorite in this race. She ran in a minute, 0.16 seconds. Kelsey Hines of Longmont, not far behind, a minute and 1 second flat. She's the other favorite. Audrey Robinson of Niwot in lane 6. Kira Heronen of Horizon at 105, her best time. And Avery Bolido of Horizon as well in lane number 8. So it's Niwot, Silver Creek, Centaurus, Erie, Longmont, Niwot, Horizon, 1 through 8. Should be a close race. We should see Keenan, Meskers, Hines, and Robinson all in there with a chance to win this. But Meskers has the lowest time so far this season. See Meskers there in lane number 4. The gun sounds. In this grueling sprint, full sprint around the track. As they go down the back stretch. Right now, it's Meskers who has the lead in lane number 4. Into the final turn. Meskers widening her lead just a little bit. Not being threatened from the inside. Meskers in the 4th lane, really widening the lead. Lily Meskers turning on the jets here, trying to finish strong, and Lily Meskers I don't think will be touched. Lily Meskers going to try and break a minute here, and Meskers with a strong finish will break a minute at 59.18 seconds. So a sub-minute for Lily Meskers. How about that run for Lily? By the way, the boys' triple jump just completed. Eddie Kerjack of Longmont won that. I believe Kerjack also won the high jump. I'll have to double check that and set a school record. It was Eddie Kerjack. He went 6 feet 9 inches on his high jump. And that set a Longmont school record. Beat the second place finisher by more than a foot. So here we go. In the heat 1 of the boys 400 meter dash, you have Dean Mason, Josiah Rodriguez, Caden Fullerton, Busick from Jefferson Academy, and Langener from Shining Mountain in lane number 6. So it's Thornton, Jefferson Academy, and Shining Mountain in lanes 2 through 6. As we start the 400 meter.
First call, girls 300 meter hurdles. First call, girls 300 meter hurdles.
By the way, in discus, Niwot won that. The highest and best discus thrower was John Pastori. Finished in 6th place. Did the junior? No, I'm sorry. Mason Cowgill, the freshman, finished 4th in the discus throw. And in the shot put, don't have that yet for you. In that first heat for the boys, the best time there was, I believe, around a minute and 1 second. A minute 1.9. That was Fullerton of Jefferson Academy. That was his best time by more than 7 seconds. The wind really whipping out to the east right now. Can get a pretty good start. Kind of that last turn is where you got to battle the wind. All right, so in heat number 2 in the 400, it's Medina of Centaurus, Hunter of Lions, Villarreal of Centaurus, Dottie of Horizon, Castaneda of Prospect Ridge, Sanborn of Jefferson Academy, Uker of Lions, and Lee of Frederick in lanes 1 through 8. Best time so far this season that has actually been timed is 105.79 by John Sanborn, but a few new faces that have seeded out at a minute 5. See how they run here in this race. So they'll go into the final turn here in this second of 6 heats. We saw the Horizon runner taking the lead here, and it will be Dottie that will win his heat at 59.75. So Meskers better than several of the first couple of heats for the boys. That gives you an idea of how fast that Lily is. Running her sub 60 time. And now we'll go into heat number 3. It's Wilkins of Riverdale in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Brownsburger of Lions. In lane 3, it's McGee of Horizon. In lane 4, it's Hines of Horizon. In lane 5, it's Sickow of Twin Peaks. In lane 6, it's Booker of Frederick. In lane 7, it's Edland of Jefferson Academy. And in lane 8, it's Cardoso of Frederick. And they are off. The best time so far this season, but we already saw how little that meant. And the Horizon runner, Dottie, in the last one, he had a minute 5 seed time, and now he broke a sub-minute. So here in this heat, the best season time is Hines of Horizon. Think about this. They are sprinting as fast as they can, one lap around. Think about when Roger Bannister first broke the mile. It's as fast as they can go in one lap around. He did it 4 straight laps. A lot of suffering to get there. Lions runner way out front here. That is Brownsburger. Brownsburger also trying to go sub 1 minute, and he will at 58.42. 58.50, his final. The clock always re-updates real quick as they just get the more exact time. We kind of see the first flash, that's what I always tell you there, but you see the times coming across there at the finish line. And so we will move on to heat number 4. Almost everyone in this heat has run a sub 1 minute lap. It's Schmidt of Horizon, Ronald of Niwot in lane 2. It's Kokin of Centaurus, Brady of Meade, Alvarez of Riverdale Ridge, Curon of Riverdale Ridge, Swat of Niwot, and Tillery of Longmont. That is your runners here in this heat of the 100. Runners on their marks. 4 of 6 heats, so we'll have 2 more after this. These are final heats, and ultimately it's just the best time wins regardless. We saw in that 100-meter race that the second to last heat was the winner. Typically the seed times will have the faster runners in the last heat, but not always. These boys trying to crank here into the final turn. This is where they have to run into the wind as they make their turn. Y'all see, it does look like it kind of slows them down. Then they just kind of shoot out of that final stretch here. And right now in lane number 3 of Centaurus, it's Jack Koken, the freshman, trying to put together a good time. But in lane number 5, Alvarez is going to pass him out of Riverdale Ridge. And he will cross. With a 58 point, well, let's try and get the, I believe the scoreboards were incorrect there. Alvarez with a 56.7, that's by far the fastest time. So Alvarez out of Riverdale Ridge, our new leader in the clubhouse. Now in heat number 5, it's Grant Gow of Lions, Reback of Longmont, Howie of Niwot, Carrillo of Frederick, Weisler of Erie, Wanamaker of Prospect Ridge, Grady Wolfer of Erie, and Brendan Murphy of Erie, all here in heat number 5. The best time so far this season has been Carrillo of Frederick, but Weisler right there for the Tigers. Let's see what happens here in this heat. By the way, Quentin Hartle, who just ran the 4x1, will also be running the 400 here. And there's the gun. So down the back stretch they go. Murphy running strong here for Tigers. Tell you what about Brendan Murphy, great kid. Outside lane here, so it'll be hard to hold off, but always love interacting with Brendan Murphy. He is a member of the Erie Tiger Media. He's part of the Tiger Times. Here's some speed in this second to last lap. It's going to be Howie that will finish in first. 2 Tigers, including Murphy, kind of there for a second. Ultimately, it will be, oh, actually, that was a tight finish. That might be Whistler that came back and finished first. So how about that for a close? Ashton Whistler whizzed with an Niwot runner to take first. They might do a photo finish there, but that was outstanding, as he was at least with 50 meters to go, about 20 meters behind. And watch this closing speed. No, I'm rewatching, I should say, and he did finish the first. So an outstanding run there for Whistler. Whistler, only a sophomore. Man, that was good closing speed. Okay, in our final heat, it's Campy of Niwot, Ashcraft of Centaurus, Mayer of Meade, McCormick of Longmont, Hartle of Erie, Spenceri of Twin Peaks, Guevara of Longmont, and McHugh of Boulder. So Hartle, we saw his blazing speed in the 100. You can definitely expect him to get off to a good start, but how much stamina does he have? He's already run a few events today. Obviously, these teenagers can bounce back pretty quick, but that does make a difference here. This could be a tight finish. The pack pretty close together as they come in the final turn. Hartle out in front, but he has a more outside lane, and everyone on the inside kind of catching up to him now. Now, Quentin. Man, it's going to be close. The Meade runner, Mayer, takes the lead. Hartle, Mayer, McCormick all in there. Mayer, McCormick, Hartle trying to close. Hartle, and there's the Longmont runner stumbling at the line. It is Hartle with the win. Quentin Hartle will win it for the Tigers and a great time of 52.8. So another Tiger victory, and Quentin running well today for the Tigers. And that was probably one of our more exciting finishes, especially in back-to-back races. Quentin Hartle going sub 53.
White marks, lowest setting on the hurdles. Set those hurdles down. White marks, lowest setting for the girls' 300-meter hurdles. For this race, the girls are starting at the
And then we'll go 300-meter hurdles for the girls. That will be next. We'll pick up the in-stadium mic here a little bit.
Your heat 1 300-meter hurdles is lane 3 Zender from Shining Mountain, lane 4 Anderson from Erie, and lane 5 Pound from Erie. We're going to go ahead and do second call for the boys 300 hurdles. Second call, boys 300 hurdles. Come on into this track and get checked in at your start line. Down the home stretch, this is Zender from Shining Mountain, followed by teammates from Erie. One hurdle left. And that is Shining Mountain winning the first heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. In heat number 2, we have lane 1, Stefan from Centaurus, lane 2, Furman from Erie, lane 3, Harding from Jefferson Academy, lane 4, Mars from Frederick, lane 5, Davia from Erie, lane 6, Richardson from Meade, lane 7, Lurch from Centaurus, and lane 8, Wilkes from Frederick. We're to go ahead and do first call, girls 800-meter run. First call, girls 800-meter run. And this is our third and final call for the boys 300-meter hurdles. Third and final call, boys 300-meter hurdles. Heat 2 is on the track for the girls, coming on down the straight. This is Harding from Jefferson Academy, 1 hurdle left. And she clears it, and she will win heat number 2 of the girls' 300 hurdles. Lane 3 is on the track and ready to roll. This is Connect from Jefferson Academy, lane 1. Nedved from Jefferson Academy, lane 2. Varga from Longmont, lane 3. Martin from Prospect Ridge, lane 4. Keenan from Centaurus, lane 5. Barnack from Niwot, lane 6. Zerbeck from Frederick in lane 7. And Sunberg from Centaurus in lane 8. Three of 4 is on the track and coming down the home straight. This is Connect from Jefferson Academy in lane 1. And it looks like we have a surge from Niwot in lane 6. This is Baronet. 1 hurdle left. Surge from Niwot will win her the heat. This is Bishop from Longmont, lane 1, Living Good from D'Evelyn, lane 2, Dysame Goodmore Denner from Niwot, lane 3, Northrup from Niwot, lane 4, New Yard from Niwot, lane 5, Schaefer from Jefferson Academy in lane 6, Summers from D'Evelyn in lane 7, and Korb from Prospect Ridge in lane 8. on down the home stretch. This looks to be Northrup from Niwot. 2 hurdles left for her. Second place, Juilliard from Niwot. And then we have a battle for 3rd place. And that is Northrup from Niwot, running an impressive 43.31 for first place.
Yeah, really windy.
Crew, can we have the hurdle crew please move all the hurdles up 2 notches for the boys? The hurdles stay on the white marks. They just need to be moved up 2 notches for the boys 300 hurdles. And we're going to make second call for the girls 800 meter run. Second call, girls 800 meter run. First heat of the boys 300 meter hurdles. We have Ucker from Lions, lane 1, Vogel from Centaurus, lane 2, Yecker from Lions in lane 3, Huss from Centaurus in lane 4, Stein from Centaurus lane 5, Sullivan from Lions in lane 6, Hunter from Lions in lane 7, and York from Shining Mountain in lane 8. Looks like this is a Lions versus Centaurus race with a sprinkle of Shining Mountain thrown in. One hurdle left, coming on down the home straight. This is lane 3, Yecker from Lions. And he is winning his heat, just sneaking under 50 seconds, running a 49.12. Boys, 300 hurdles, heat number 2 is on the track. Lane 1, Gulligy from Centaurus. Lane 2, Wolf from Niwot. Lane 3, Diapolito from Niwot. Lane 4, Smith from Horizon. Lane 5, Martinez from Erie. Lane 6, Capra from Erie. Lane 7, Lehan from Niwot. And Lane 8, Leone from Jefferson Academy. We're going to make this the 3rd and final call, girls 800 meter run, and the first call for the boys 800 meter run. Come onto the track, 800 meter runners, and you'll be checking in once the 300 hurdles is done. stretch. This is lane 8, Leone, Jefferson Academy. 1 hurdle to clear. And that is Leone, your heat winner for heat 2 of 4. And the boys 300-meter hurdles, 46:57. And on the track right now, heat 3 of 4 for the boys 300-meter hurdles. We have Brassoff from Prospect Ridge, lane 1, Pittsburgh from Horizon, lane 2, Filmer from Longmont, lane 3, Fortin from Evelyn, lane 4, Yoho from Longmont, lane 5, Fenderson from Riverdale, lane 6, Ruschek from Erie, lane 7, and Blaze from Academy in lane 8. And coming on down the final stretch, that looks to be Yoho from Longmont, lane 5. He's got 1 hurdle left to clear. We have a race for second place in this heat. That will be Yoho from Longmont, lane 5. And for our 4th and final heat of the boys 300-meter hurdles, we have Feith from Longmont, lane 4, Littlefield from Evelyn, lane 4, or lane 1 we have Feith from Longmont, in lane 2 we have Littlefield from Evelyn, in lane 3 we have Strauber from Jefferson Academy, we have lane 4 Stade from Niwot, lane 5 Casados from Horizon, lane 6 Perusa from Prospect Ridge, lane 7 Castaneda from Longmont, and lane 8 Monroe from Evelyn. 41.7. Hurdle crew, thank you for your help today. You have one more job. Hurdles to the lowest setting and move them off the track. We can put all the hurdles on the lowest setting and move them off the track. Girls 800-meter runners, you should be at the start-finish line, checked in and ready to roll. We have 3 heats of the girls 800-meter run, and then we have the boys 800-meter run following after it.
Alrighty, we'll re-pick up some commentary here on the Erie Tiger Network as we were trying to send out some updates via our social media. You can follow us on Twitter. That's where we've been putting a couple of video highlights today. At Twitter, or on Twitter, at Erie Tiger Media. And now we will run the girls 800 meter. There will be 3 heats of this. In the first heat, there is Ella Jimenez, Ashley Keyser, both of Erie High School. You have Cordell Smith of Boulder and Widlicka of Boulder. Of Horizon, it's Quintana, Maria Pinedo of Erie, Stadler of Jefferson Academy, Boaz of Horizon, Garcia of Erie, Johnson of Lyons, Haggerty of Thornton, Stoll of Prospect Ridge, and Davia of Erie. And you see them kind of in little clumps, staggered clumps of 3. As soon as they cross the far side turn, they can all go down toward the inner lane. 13 runners in all here. By the way, the Erie Tiger girls team has moved up to 2nd place, but Niwot, 138 points. Erie the next closest at 73. Niwot really dominating this track meet here today. Erie out front here, 800 meters, so 2 laps. I talk about how grueling the 400 is. Of course, this event also grueling. It's twice as long, but it's impossible to keep up your sprint speed for 2 laps. So you got to hold a little something in the tank. But talk about a tough, brutal finish. And right now it's Erie 1, 2, 4, 5 in this race. First time Lauren Davia has ran this, running right now in 11th. But it's Erie 1, 2 in Jimenez and Keyser. As they run it down the back stretch in the final lap here. This is the first of 3 heats, though, so we will see probably a little bit faster times, but nevertheless, like to see Erie finish 1, 2 in this one for this home meet, and then put some pressure on the heats in front of them. Here they come down the home stretch here. Best time of the year so far, Jimenez 2:53. And it'll be close. Keyser is going to have the best time of the 2 Tigers, and that'll be 2:44.63. 2:44.63, then Jimenez at 2:48.96. So both with their best times here this season. And man, what a grueling race. You can see Lauren Davia finishing down the back stretch there. Or down the home stretch, rather. And Davia finishes with 3 minutes, 19 seconds. A respectable time for Lauren. And now we'll move on to heat number 2. You have the Meade runner in lane 1. Francis Hudson, Meade in lane 2. Taylor Weiss, Silver Creek, lane 3. Molly Rogers, Dievlin, lane, or runner number 4, rather, not lanes. Miliani Barraza of Niwot in lane 5. Ruby Modica of Shining Mountain in spot 6. Beg your pardon. Been running lanes all day, not this race. Aaron Lee, Horizon, the 7th runner. Jessica Beck of Jefferson Academy, the 8th. Haley Maddox of Centaurus, the 9th. The 10th is Boulder High School's Malia Chiporos. Horizon's Lily Bolido, the 11th runner. And the 12th runner is Centaurus's Elke Foster. So this is heat number 2 of the girls' 800 meter. After the first quarter lap, only 1/8 of a way through the race. The Meade High School runner out front here. We will not see another Erie runner in this event. And per usual, we'll see a slew of Niwot runners in the final heat. They just have put together a dominant track program here in 2021. Been strong for many years. Final lap here. Second to last turn. Mead runner, trying to figure out which of the two Mead runners that is running out front. We had the Mead runner that did not have a time, but still was inserted into this heat. And she is way out in front of the pack, but a little too far away for us to pick out her number here. So I don't know if it's Mariu or Hudson. We'll try and get a good look here as they come down this final stretch. And it is Hudson, Francis Hudson, that is well in the lead. Trying to break 240, and I think she'll do it. Crosses at 2:37.96. Pretty good run there for the Mead runner. And now we will see some serious speed come onto the track with heat number 1. The best time of the year is Madison Schultz, 2:12.40. And that is 5 seconds clear of the next closest runner. So we could see a pretty big gap here in this race. In the final 3 heats, it's Schultz of Niwot, Veith of Niwot, Medine, number 3 runner of Silver Creek, Morin, the 4th runner of Dievelin, Harbig of Dievelin, Rudolph of Niwot, O'Malley of Centaurus, Lorraine of Boulder High, Welsk of Jefferson Academy, Miller of Dievelin, Hinklin of Silver County, and Farrer of Jefferson Academy. We will have the boys 800 following this as we roll on through the afternoon and a long day of broadcasting. The last event of the day will be the 4x4. But we are right now in the middle, or I guess rather close to the end of event number 18 of 26 running events. So less than 10 events remaining. We'll have 4 heats in the boys 800. The speed will start to pick up as we do the 200-meter runs. But right now, Schultz in the lead. The speedy Niwot runner. Still don't think has even turned on the jets yet. Kind of hold him back here a little to save some. That first lap at 1 minute and about 8 seconds. Like we said, she runs it in 2:12. So not quite on pace for that time, but we might see her pick up the pace here. Second to last turn, Schultz well in the lead of her teammate Rudna, or excuse me, that is Veith. It's the part of the track where they will start to run into the wind here. So here we go, down the home stretch here. And I know, here we go, got Schultz. Schultz well out. You can see the distance of the lead there. Told you Schultz would start to, she will not have her best season time by quite a large margin. In fact, 2:16.77, more than 4 seconds slower than her best time, but that's still the best in the field by quite a wide margin. So a good run there by Madison Schultz of Niwot High School, and she will be the girls 800-meter champion here at the Tiger Invitational. So the boys 800 will start. There'll be 4 heats. Caden Strunk, Chris Ruda, Levi Hinson, Noah Stradler, Nipsher, Cardoso, Lowry of Centaurus, Solomon of Thorn, Roberts of Lions, Lawhorn of Lions, Sosa of Thornton, Nguyen of Thornton, and McNeil of Frederick. We will see a couple Erie runners in the second heat, and we will see, those will be the only 2 Erie runners that we will see in this event. And it won't be till heat number 2 of 4. So we are going to run up the stadium volume here for you for the next little bit.
beneficial to Provo.
Everybody, if you can hear us, there's no video right now. That has been wiped out by the wind. So we have now brought our camera inside. My goodness, it is gusting maybe up to 30, 40 miles an hour or stronger. It is about as windy as I've seen it, and I've spent a lot of time on golf courses around Erie. So, okay, we'll get our camera back online. Give us just a couple more moments.
4 heats, the boys 800-meter run. And this is our final call, girls 200-meter run. Head down to your start line and you will get checked in shortly. Girls 200-meter run, this is your final call. Get down to your start line and we're going to go ahead and make first call for the boys 200.
That's going to be a pain. Some pizza. Okay, take a whole pizza. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't really want an entire pizza. It's still gonna be a pain, but it's better for you. Okay, thanks for being patient with us as the wind has absolutely wreaked havoc upon our broadcast here, and yep, they're talking even about the wind in the stadium, Mike. And so I think with Warner of Longmont pushing it here in the 200. Let's see here. 200, the 800, 2 laps. And Warner of Longmont in heat number 3. So we haven't missed the final heat here in the 800. And we have now arrived at that final heat. We'll start setting up. Jacoby Enos of Centaurus, Evan Mills of Jefferson Academy, Jackson Laughlin of Silver Creek, Stephen Haug of Niwot, Tyler Mayer of Meade, Frederick Ambrose of Niwot, Colton Oroki of Boulder, Carson McHugh of Boulder, Nathan Racine of Boulder, Ethan Hicks of Meade, and Sean Beasley of Jefferson Academy. Those are your 11 participants here in the 800 meter, and this is the fastest seeded heat of the heats, so we should probably see the winner come out of this. And I tell you what, these runners probably feel like they are just off to the races through the first 50 meters or so, before they realize that coming down into the second turn and the final turn, running into a stiff headwind, as it is about as windy as I've ever seen it here on this field. In fact, the wind just blowing our door shut next door. You'll see a little pane there, so we're not going to fully be able to get that piece of the track, but we had to bring our camera in. I mean, it literally can't be on top. The chairs on top of the press box, which have a pretty low center of gravity, are blowing over. So as you can imagine, we want to protect our camera equipment and, even more importantly, our camera operator up on top of the press boxes. There's absolutely no shield from the wind up there. So we're nice and soundproof here. Can't really even hear the wind in here in this final heat. And you see the cluster there, some pretty good runners. But they have a 10-second difference in their times, their season best times, from the first to the 11th seeded runner. So we could see them start to separate here a little bit more, as still all the runners are within about 2.5 seconds of each other. And Taylor Mayer, who's the 5th best seed in this group, is running in the last position. So don't know, he probably has a pretty good leg kick, or that's an indication that this group is just absolutely flying together as a unit. So clumped up, this could be one of our better finishes if it finishes somewhat similar to this. Jacoby Enos, Evan Mills, Jackson Laughlin, all kind of favorites here. There's a little move on the outside. Behind the scoreboard they go. And that piece of the track is going to be blocked off. We're sorry about that, but we had to move in. And a good finish there, and the final time will be around 2:09. 2:08, and it was McHugh that is the winner. So Carson McHugh of Boulder High, the winner here in the 800 finals. We'll have to actually double check that, make sure that the third heat didn't have a runner that bested that. That was our 19th running event of the day. So we'll go to the girls 200. There will be 7 rotations of that. There'll be 8 for the boys in the 200. And then in the 3200, which is the 2 mile, that will follow up. That'll be a long race, obviously, with the best times being just under 9 minutes for the boys and just over 10 minutes typically for the girls. Niwot, that is an event that they will absolutely dominate on the girls' side. They have the best time on the boys' side, but I do know that that it was Coach Havard who told me, hey, look out for the 2 mile. You never know. We expect some good runners in that 2 mile. So the track is being set up here for the girls 200. So the starting blocks all the way on the opposite side of the track. And in this first final, only 3 runners. You have Cassidy Lear in lane 3 of Frederick, Abby Mursky in lane 4 of Centaurus, and Serena Holcomb in lane 5 of Thornton. And this will not be one of the faster times of the season for these runners, as they have to run in a pretty strong headwind and they don't get the benefit of a backwind on the other turn. So we could see the times a little bit inflated. The best time in this group, around 36.5 seconds, but anytime it's on the whole number half. Guessing that was a hand-timed run that was rounded.
Second call for the boys 200-meter dash. Second call, boys 200-meter dash. On the track, we have the first of 7 girls 200-meter dash. For the first heat, we have Holcomb from Thornton, lane 5, Pierski from Centaurus, lane 4, and Lear
So we're just waiting for the start here of this 3-girl race in the first of the 7 finals. And they're off. 200 meters, and we will miss about 30 or so meters here as they kind of come around the turn. You see that white pane, just because we had to move our camera inside, so they'll pop out right around now. There they are. It's the Centaurus runner well in front. Abby Mirsky. She's at 36.5, her best time. And Mirsky. Hey, we said they might run worse times. She actually ran a 35. Well, they never flashed her time again, so it was under 36 seconds, so actually it was a little bit quicker. We'll see what the rest of the times do, as some of these later times a little bit more accurate to what they have run this season, especially in the 7th final. All of them have times that include the 100th decimal. But in this heat, it'll be lane 1, Twin Peaks, Ruby Rodriguez. Lane 2, Twin Peaks, Adley Garcia. Lane 3, Twin Peaks, Simone Bender. Lane 4, Centaurus, Lydia Davis. Lane 5, Thornton, Nadia Reese. Lane 6, Twin Peaks, Giselle Nunez. And lane 7, Centaurus, Sadie Schwartz. We're waiting for them to emerge. There they are. To be, yep, Nadia Reese from Thornton, and she will time out at 35:09. It's not too far ahead of what we just saw Abby Merksey run. As we roll into final number 3, it's Elena Hart, Grace of Lions, Longmont's Grace Gutierrez, Lions Gemma Powell, Riverdale Ridge Ali Munoz, Frederick High Kyla Mars, Prospect Ridge Ava Cook, Lions High Jolie Ruiz, and Centaurus High Elke Foster. That is lanes 1 through 8. They're in the starting blocks now. The wind at gale force in their faces here through this first turn. Good news is it's when you got the most energy, right at the start of a race. Behind the scoreboard, they'll go into our blind little corner here. I believe that's Nunez. Or excuse me, lane 5, Kyla Mars from Frederick. And man, that's going to be a close one. Munoz finishes second. Kyla Mars will win the race. And in heat number 4, it's Bushlack of Longmont in lane 1. Jarmio of Jefferson Academy in lane 2. Madden Castelli of Horizon in lane 3. Caitlin Rangel of Longmont in lane 4. Izzy Hagman of Erie in lane 5. Ariana Pendon of Horizon in lane 6. Maya Blair of Niwa in lane 7. And Larissa Garcia of Thornton in lane number 8. Here they go. Good start there by Izzy Hagman off the blocks. We've seen Izzy run some of her best times of the season today. Mentioned earlier today, she will be on the University of Clemson cheer team Izzy running in second. On the lane inside of her is Caitlin Rangel of Longmont. And Rangel will hold off Hagman with a final time of 30.08 seconds for Hagman.
Heat 5 is up next. That's Remmert from Shining Mountain Lane 1. Willigas from Jefferson Academy Lane 2.
So heat number 5 now. It'll be Remmert of Shining Mountain, Villegas Cisneros of Jefferson Academy, Corby of Prospect Ridge, Smith of Niwot, Heronen of Horizon, Martin of Prospect Ridge, Boyles of Jefferson Academy, and Alcaraz of Thornton High School. That is who is racing here in heat number 5. And because the wind is actually coming a little bit, just a touch out of the north, it's almost a back-aiding wind in the back half of the run here. Saw the start. So we are here in heat number 5. And we have a runner on the inside lane. That is Alcaraz. And she will, I can't tell who won. In fact, they haven't even put it up on the board. It says Nevo of, I'm not sure. Let's see. Smith of Niwot. Sawyer Smith of Niwot just winning by a nose. $29.7. Man, was that a tie? It looked like the first place was $29.74, and the second place was also $29.74. So it might come down to hundredths. But they've reset the clock, and we're ready for heat number 6. It's Bogdanova of Silver Creek in lane 1, Halstead of Horizon in lane 2. It's Bartouche of Mead in lane 3, Mila Wilkies of Erie in lane 4. Madeline Manning of Silver Creek in lane 5. It's Umbenauer of Erie in lane 6. In lane 7, it's Amber Shedder. And in lane 8, it's Josie Gaines of Niwot. And they're off. And we'll keep our eye on Wilkies. Good start for her. A couple Erie Tigers. Umbenauer. They'll try and both best the runner between them in Manning. And they'll pop into view here in just a second. And it's Wilkies just destroying everyone. Wilkes, I beg your pardon, and Wilkes dominating. And does Erie finish 1-2? It's a 27.56. That is a very good time for Wilkes. One of her best times of the season.
For our final heat of the girls 200-meter run, we have Robinson, Jefferson Academy lane 1, Grayling from Erie in lane 2, Garcia.
And so the final will be Robinson of Jefferson Academy in 1, Grayling of Erie, Bethany Grayling, the junior, in lane 2, Garcia of Mead in lane 3, Lily Meskers in lane number 4, Amanda Polanski in lane number 5. Genevieve Grace Douliard of Niwot in lane 6. Emma Saunders in lane 7. And Annabelle Huddle in lane 8. So we'll watch here. Should be a good race between Meskers and Polanski are the two favorites. Their best times are within .02 seconds of each other. So we'll see how this one shakes out. We already saw Lily exhaust a lot of energy to go sub 1 minute in the 400, and she's looking really good coming here down the home stretch. Meskers far in front of everyone. Meskers dominating, slowing up just a hair. Can she keep up the pace as she narrows the finish line, and she will finish in first. 26.76, her best time of the season. And Graylin of Erie finished in third place. So Erie goes 1-3 in a very good event for them. Lily Meskers takes home another race today. And how about Lily? She has been outstanding today for the Tigers. So we will now go the boys 200. Just saw the girls 200. There'll be 8 of these. In this first, it'll be 4 racers. Quinn McNeil of Frederick, Jonathan Booker of Frederick, Angel Avina of Twin Peaks, and James Tillery of Longmont, who has yet to record a time this season. And it will be a pretty close finish here. Hopefully we can get it without the pain being too much in the way. Hard to tell. Let's see what the scoreboard shows us. Ooh. You know, we may have had a tie there. 27.97 was the time, and we don't have a winner listed. Not sure who ended up taking that heat. But in heat number 2, it's Ariano of Horizon, Hunter of Lions, Dowdy of Horizon, Wilkins of Riverdale Ridge, Sahaj of Niwot, and Xiong of Horizon in lane 7. So it's 2 through 7 are the lanes. Once again, it's Horizon Lions, Horizon Riverdale Ridge, Niwot, and Horizon. 3 Horizon racers in this heat, the second of 8 for the boys 200. We're waiting for the start of this one. Runners are in the blocks, waiting for the set call and then the gun. And there's the gun. And there should be a good finish here in this heat. There are 3 runners in the mix, and that runner in lane 4, I think, will take it in the second heat. Ronald Dottie. Good times, but we'll keep moving ahead. As the 200 should be a very good finish here once we get to heat number 8, as those numbers pretty much all sub 24. There's no runners in heat 7 where a runner has run sub 24 yet. We might see that. A couple have gotten close. We have some sub 23 times for the 200-meter runners. By the way, that 200-meter run, we mentioned Lily Meskers. Wilkes finishes second, so Erie goes 1, 2, 4 in the race. Wilkes was not in the final heat. We mentioned that. And that helps out Erie. They have closed the gap a little, although still a huge lead. Niwot 166, Niwot 102, then Longmont at 62. Those are the top 3 in the girls' standings through 16 events scored. Here are the boys in heat number 4. You have Riverdale Ridge, Jefferson, Twin Peaks, Longmont, Centaurus, Horizon, Jefferson Academy, Longmont. It's Curran, Beard, Dibby, Ermentinger, Aldu, Brown, Sayers, and Whitted. And it looks like lane 4, Holiday of Riverdale Ridge. Jumped the gun there. I list out the next heat and said they're running this one, so beg your pardon there. Heat 4, it's Curon of Riverdale Ridge, Beard of Jefferson Academy, Dibby of Twin Peaks, Ermentinger of Longmont, Aldu of Centaurus, Brown of Horizon, Sains of Jefferson Academy, and Whitted of Longmont High. By the way, that 200 did say that some of the runners were wind aided and some were not. So coming from the side and it changing directions, it's an interesting little split there. Some speed coming down the home stretch here in lane number 1. It's Lucas Corson of Riverdale Ridge blowing by everyone, and he will finish 24.86, a good time for Corson. He bests his best time of the year by almost 2 seconds. We'll have to see the wind-aided numbers on that, but the rest of the group, they could actually run a little bit slower. Lucas Coran. So now it's Erdalies of Silver Creek in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Milan Guevara of Thornton, Varga of Twin Peaks in lane 3, Zerkchi of Prospect Ridge in lane 4, Sam of Silver Creek in lane 5, Medlock of Mead in lane 6, Adams of Lyons in lane 7, and Lopez of Dievelin in lane number 8. In the 5th of 8 final heats. The best time so far this year among this group is of Zerchuch of Prospect Ridge. Wilkes of Erie finished second in the long jump today as well. Silver Creek runners running 1-3, but a good close by the Mead runner. Can he hold off the Silver Creek runner on the outside? And it will be Medlock of Mead. He ran a 25.19. Medlock of Mead. That is his best time of the year. Move on into heat number 6 now. It's Lopez of D'Evelyn, Ashcraft of Centaurus, Gomez of Thornton, Carlson of Centaurus, Ayers of Frederick, Selke of Mead, Schaefer of Silver Creek, Bennett of Prospect Ridge. That's what heat number 6 looks like. By the way, talked about the girls' long jump and the girls' high jump. No Erie participant. It was Sierra Haberman that won that one. We ran event number 20. We already talked about that. This is the 21st event running of the day for the boys. Well, for either team, this is the boys 200. We gave you the rundown. Goodness. Been on air a while, starting to stumble over our words. Centaurus runner here out of lane 4. Jack Carlson will win this one, a time of 24.47. That is 3/100ths of a second faster than his best time of the year. And so now we will move on to heat number 7. Only 7 runners here. Lane 2 will be open. It's Nathan Bailey of Mead in lane 1. In lane 3, it's Crisley Cannon Kelly of Jefferson Academy, Colvin of Frederick in lane 4, Ziedman of Prospect Ridge in lane 5, Kramer of Erie High School in lane 6, Watts of Niwot in lane 7, and Rodriguez of Thornton in lane number 8. So the second to last heat, the penultimate heat, oh man, that is moving right there down this back stretch. And it's going to be lane 3, Crisley Kelly Cannon, 22.99. And that is the first time he has broken 23 seconds this year. And now we will have the last heat. So this should be a good one. It's Mohale Mitchell of D'Evelyn in lane 1, Ashton Whistler of Erie in lane 2, Ben Klassen of Niwot in lane 3, Quentin Hartle of Erie in lane number 4, Giorgio Spenceri of Twin Peaks in lane 5, Blake Donaldson of Erie in lane 6, Eric Hart of Thornton in lane 7, and Nico Carter of D'Evelyn in lane number 8. The start here is so important, but Quentin Hartle does have the speed here to just blow by everyone in the backstretch. He's the only runner in this race that has broken 23 seconds this year with a 22.70. So very good event for Quentin. Three Erie racers in Whistler, Hartle, and Donaldson, all in even lanes. Here we go. Good start for Hartle, and Donaldson actually a little bit struggling at the start. Let's see if he can close, or Whistler rather. He is a good closer. And right now it's Quentin well out in front. Donaldson's trying to finish second. A little bit slow of a kick there, but it is Quentin at 22.95, goes sub 23. Not his fastest of the season, but still good enough for first place in this event. Donaldson will finish fourth at 24.18. That is not his fastest of the season, so I know he'll be a little disappointed, but still good showing. And Whistler, a couple seconds worse than his fastest. Just a rough start for him. You saw him kind of fall behind early, and he tried to close but finished 7th. But it's Quentin again that finishes first. So Quentin Hartle, your 200-meter champion. Now it is the girls and boys back-to-back 3,200. So we're going to go camera volume for the next couple races because we have about 20 minutes of racing. We will keep the camera here, and I say that. We have about a half hour of racing when you look at the low times here. So we're going to go camera audio, take a break from announcing. I'll read down the starting kind of lineup here between both races before they start, and then we'll kind of recap you when they are over. Proc of Niwot, Fulkerson, Luca Fulkerson of Niwot, Klingbeil of Niwot, Parks of Niwot, McCleskey of Centaurus, Miller of Centaurus, Crawford of Horizon, Rogers of Dievelin, Crawford of Silver Creek, Beller of Silver Creek, Banuelos of Meade, Salmon of Shining Mountain, Caldwell of Meade, and Alt of Thornton. Those are your 14 runners in the 2-mile, 3,200-meter race. 14 girls. That will get started here soon, but we are going to mute our mics for a little bit and take a little bit of an announcer break.
Can we get all girl pole ballers back to the vault area? All girl pole ballers who are still in the competition, please come back to the vault area.
Second call, boys 3,200. All right.
3,200 meter run. We need all 29 of you boys. Come on over and get yourselves checked in. Boys, 3,200 meter run.
They are. And then
Hey guys. Woo!
Well, we were trying to give you a commentary break, but we forgot to turn up our own mic. And just so you're aware, it was Fulkerson of Niwot, the second-seeded runner, who finished about 30 seconds worse than her best time, but still won the race today. Runners really fighting the wind conditions. And so we'll do a rundown of the top runners in this. It was Fulkerson of Niwot at number 1, Proc of Niwot number 2, McCleskey of Centaurus third. So that is the top 3. Still a couple runners on the track. We'll stick with them, finish out their race here as they battle the wind conditions, and then we'll get you all set for the boys race, and we'll continue our commentary break.
I remember just saying that he kind of missed it. Riley loved it, yeah, the expectations were way down here, especially with all those rules, and then they're like, oh. He's like, I hope everybody was vaccinated.
Next up on the track, we have the boys 3,200 meter run. A field of 29 young men out here ready to run 8 laps.
All right, so we are all done with the girls 2-mile 3,200 race. We'll go ahead and change that graphic. Then we'll still kind of be on a little bit of a commentary break as 2 miles of running about to happen. But let's at least run down who are the contestants here in our 23rd event. By the way, speaking of the 23rd event, the boys in the 200, when they went first, 6th, and let's see, 15th and 16th, but only 1st and 6th scored. They pulled to within 2nd of Niwot by only 7 points, in large part thanks to the boys' shot put. John Pastore wins the boys' shot put by more than 7 inches. And then Jackson Kogel and Mason Kogel, both freshmen for Erie, both finish in the top 6. That earned the Tigers in just that one event alone. Let's see, 10 plus 6, that's 16 plus 3 more, 19 points for the Tigers in the shot put. So shot put, big time event for the Tigers there. We talked about Mason Kogel finishing 4th in the discus, Pastore finishing 6th, and Jackson finishing 9th. So the Kogel brothers and John Pastore in some throwing events really helping out these Tigers. The Tiger sprinters have done well today. Long distance, not really the Tigers' strong suit, but we'll go over the 3,200. That's where Niwot kind of racking up some of the points there. The girls' 3,200 meter run already in the books. That puts Niwot on top by 90 points over second place Erie, who's ahead by 40 points over third place Longmont. So Niwot and Erie far ahead of the 3rd, 4th, 5th schools here in the girls team results. But we'll set you up here for the boys 3200. They are off and running, but let's take a quick little peek at the field. Zane Bergen, the best runner. He's from Niwot. I think he's already out front there. 8:57 is his best 2-mile time. James Overberg of Centaurus, Graydon Rauba of Niwot, Joey Hindershoe of Niwot, Ryan Montera of Legacy, Lucas Haug of Boulder, Curtis Wolf of Niwot, Kyle Berg of Centaurus, Gavin Gear of Boulder, Max Hines of Centaurus, Kaylor Smith of Centaurus, Evan Kraus of Erie, Keegan Caldwell of Meade, Joe McGregor of Meade, Avin Singh of Prospect, Ian Wilson of D'Evelyn, Seth Pollard of Horizon, Cody Simonson of Erie, Dylan Richardson of Erie, Deacon Watch of Longmont, Campbell Horning of Shining Mountain, Giovanni Basile of Longmont, Timothy Nipschneer of Lyons, Grant Gow of Lyons, Isaiah Solomon of Thornton, John Roberts of Lyons, Cameron Peckott of Frederick, Richard Nguyen of Thornton, and Rodel Sosa of Thornton. This is our 23rd running event, event number 25. We have 2 running events left, and we will be done here from Erie High School. It's 3 o'clock. We're going to take a commentary break, turn up the camera volume. You can follow the 3,200-meter run.
Let's go ahead and do our second call for the girls 4x400 meter relay. Second call, girls 4x400 meter relay, and this is the first call for the boys 4x400 meter relay. First call, boys 4x400 meter relay. Second call, girls 4x400 meter relay.
All right, so here we are, the first runners in this race trying to battle it out here across the finish line. This should be a pretty good finish. Runners are neck and neck. Who's got the stronger finish? And it's going to be the Niwot runner just by a tick, maybe a second or two as they both collapse there. And it's Brennan of Niwot and, let's see, Montera of Legacy. That is his best run for sure. They were not quite able to run their season best, but a good showing overall. So that's kind of where the mile is shaping up. We still will have a few more runners finish up. So while they're finishing up their lap and a half or so, we'll mute our commentary and then we'll get you right back in for the last two sprinting events of the day. By the girls, it's the 4x4 and the boys 4x4.
This is the third and final call for the girls 4x400 meter relay. Get with your teams and come on over to the start-finish line. Heat 1, that is Lions, Horizon, and Meade. Third and final call for the girls 4x400 meter relay. Second call, boys 4x400 meter relay.
Usually there are multiple. Oh no, there. Usually other people. So we're going to
Alrighty. You saw the end there of the 2-mile race. And we'll try and get you the updated team results as soon as we can. The girls' 3,200 meter run, as we said, that put Niwot in front by 90 points. And Erie's going to fall a little bit further behind than they were going into this. Remember, they're only about 7 points down to Niwot in the team rankings after the shot put. And yeah, that scored Erie 30 points and brought them to within a few. And right now they're sitting behind them in 11 points. I think after that 32 meter, not quite sure, but they're a little bit further than they were. They were behind by 7. And, well, yeah, here we go. The behind by 7. That is the latest update that we have. The boys triple jump. Well, you know what? It's 9 events scored. I'm not sure what's going on. These team standings a little bit jumbled and slightly hard to follow. After 16 events scored, Niwot leading Erie by 7. I think that is the most up-to-date for the boys. The girls well out in front. But 2 races left, and it's the girls 4x400 meter first, and then it'll be the boys 4x400 meter. It should be a Niwot victory for the girls. At this point, you're kind of hoping that maybe Erie can pull a rabbit out of the hat and win the sprint for the 400 meter relay, because they're within 7 points. If they were to win and Niwot were to get 6th or worse, the Tigers would fall into a tie with Niwot. But getting the win is going to be a challenge here, as Centaurus has put up pretty good numbers. But we'll do the girls' event first. And we've said that, and they haven't even calculated. Oh, actually, here we go. And, yeah, Niwot finished 2 strong. They just updated the 3,200 meter run, and Niwot now ahead by 28 points. So that secures the team victory for the boys' side of the day. For Niwot, they already won the girls' side. Erie pretty much in the clear for second, so a strong showing for Erie in both the boys and girls. They will finish in second place. By the way, the girls' shot put, Brooke Frankie of Riverdale Ridge won. Izzy Hagman finished in 5th place. And in the discus throw, Cambry Frazier finished in 3rd place. Pretty good showing by Cambry, softball player. Better be able to throw it there a little bit. In the girls' triple jump, Catherine Carroll of Niwot won. The best Erie finisher was Kiara Welch of Erie in 6th. In the girls' long jump, Mila Wilkes finished 2nd by just a few inches to Robinson of Jefferson Academy. So good showing there. And Kiara Welch, by the way, finished 7th. That was in the long jump. In the girls' pole vault, that has not been completed. In the girls' high jump, the best was Sierra Haberman of Jefferson Academy. Erie did not have a participant there. So here we go. Girls 4x4 is the next event on the docket. 2 finals. The first one will be run by 3 teams, Lions in lane 3, Horizon in lane 4, and Meade in lane 5. So each girl will run 1 full lap here. And we'll be done with the first heat in about 5 minutes. Best time, 4.5 by Horizon so far this season. So leg 2 will immediately follow. Erie, Devlin, Niwot, Silver Creek, Longmont, and Centaurus in that heat. And here we go. The 4x4, Lions, Horizon, and Meade. We'll take another commentary break here for a moment, as we'll have a little bit of time till Erie gets on the track.
Coming on down the home stretch, this is our third of 4 legs in the 4x4. It looks like Boulder is taking the lead, but all 4 teams are very close. It's going to come on down to the anchor runner for this race. Finishing first in the first heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay is Boulder High.
Let's go, Gigi!
Second heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay. We have Erie in lane 2, D'Evelyn in lane 3, Niwot in lane 4, Silver Creek in lane 5, Longmont in lane 6, and Centaurus in lane 7. Can we please get a coach from Meade High School? Meade High School, can we please get a coach to the start-finish line? Meade High School.
The final girls' race of the evening is about to commence. It's the second leg of the 4x4 relay. And you might have heard over the loudspeaker there, Erie, D'Evelyn, Niwot, Silver Creek, Longmont, and Centaurus in lanes 2 through 7. So Erie on the inside. Can't quite make out who is the first runner there for Erie. I thought it might be Abby Hunter, but I can't quite make that out from up here. And of course, that's kind of the weird little hidden part of our track. There's two little hidden parts because we had to move our camera because the wind was blowing so bad. So it went from the top of the press box down out of one of the press box windows after the wind really started picking up here in the last that was about maybe an hour and a half ago now. So we are almost all set. Haven't quite taken their marks yet, are the runners. And they're off. First leg of the 4x1. I think that's Kiara Welch. They're waiting in the second leg for Erie. Still can't quite tell who is running the first leg for these Tigers. The team to beat here in this 4x1 relay is definitely Niwot. They have been the only team to run a sub 4-minute 4x1. Think about that. That's 4 runners that can run about a sub-minute 400. That is pretty remarkable, actually. Especially when we saw Lily Meskers, the only runner today to break a sub 1-minute 400. Something about the relay I think makes them run a little bit quicker, running for your teammates. There's the exchange. Erie on the inside lane. Started well back. It's Niwot way out front, Longmont in second, Silver Creek in third. Welch for Erie trying to pass and get into third, but she's in fourth and actually kind of exchanging positions here. She will have the inside turn. As I think that's the D'Evelyn runner that just passed her. Actually, the D'Evelyn runner is on the inside. Now Welch repassing her. Exchange happening at 2 minutes for Niwot. Pretty good time. Welch coming in. She'll give the handoff. 2:10. So Erie in third right now behind Longmont and, of course, Niwot. Silver Creek right behind in fourth. D'Evelyn in fifth and Centaurus in sixth. Hunter Kraus for the Tigers will run the third leg, or the anchor leg, rather, of the 400. No Lily Meskers, by the way, in this relay. Longmont in second, but Niwot almost a half a lap ahead of the rest of the field. And here's the final exchange. Hunter Kraus will run the anchor leg for Erie. Niwot, I mean, it's not even, they're not even the same zip code right now. The anchor leg for Niwot. Remember, their best time is 3:58. I don't know. Well, it could be close. "10 seconds. Can the lead Niwot runner break the finish line and get their season best? And they will get 3:57.04 is the official time. Longmont in second right now. D'Evelyn in third. Erie in fourth. Longmont will finish second. D'Evelyn will finish third. Erie, if Hunter Kraus can push it here a little bit, she's being closed in upon, and she will finish fourth. Silver Creek will finish in fifth. And Centaurus will finish in sixth. So that is how the final sprint for the girls will go. We'll have one more boys race, and then we will be done with our coverage today of this track and field meet. So glad you could join us. First time we've ever had the pleasure to do a track meet. Long day. We got here just before 8 o'clock. Things got started around 9 a.m. And here we are around 3:30 as we are close to finishing up. So the boys will go out, and in this first heat, there'll be 4 teams: Riverdale Ridge, Prospect Ridge, Meade, and Lions. The 4 teams in heat number 1. And Prospect Ridge has the best time so far, but we've seen Meade kind of cycle in some new runners. You never know with the quarantine rules who's in, who's out. And Meade certainly has had a better showing in some events today than the seed time indicators would suggest that they would have had. So we'll see how that plays out here. Still waiting for the runners. While we are waiting, no Erie in this match. This is the first heat, so we're going to mute our commentary one more time. We'll be back for the final heat. We'll turn up our...
Teams, please make sure that as you are packing up, you are picking up your team area. Make sure all the trash gets thrown away. gets put away for you. Teams, make sure as you are packing up your team camp area, everything gets put away, please.
Spanking. It's by TV, so it's right on the real close. Walk over. That's so sweet. Yeah, and they have like yes. Well, I haven't done it.
They just got a hammer vodka, hammer Buddha.
Well, no, what they come over and
I never did it.
On down to our final exchange. It is Boulder, followed by Prospect Ridge, followed by Meade and Lyon. And coming on down the final stretch, we have Boulder, followed by Prospect Ridge, Meade, and Lions. We have one race left for this afternoon. Thank you to Erie for being great hosts to this meet. We have heat 2 of 2 for the boys 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Niwot. Lane 2, Longmont. Lane 3, Silver Creek. Lane 4, Centaurus. Lane 5, Frederick. Lane 6, Erie. Lane 7, Horizon. And in lane 8...
All right, so it's time for our final sprint of the day. And let's go over who will be in what lane. By the way, 3:52 was the mark set by Boulder High in the previous race. So that's what these teams will have to beat. Niwot in lane 1. Longmont in lane 2. Silver Creek in lane 3. Centaurus in lane 4. Frederick in lane 5. Erie in lane 6. Horizon in lane 7. And Devlin in a lane number 8. And I can't quite tell who that is out there for Erie. I think it might be Francisco, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll try and let you know. I see Brendan Murphy out there for the Tigers. I think he's going to run in this event. Not sure who else I can see down there right now for Erie. But this will be the final event of the day. Erie will finish in second place in this Erie Tiger Invite. Niwot wins both the boys and the girls events. The best event of the day for the Tigers by far was shot put. John Pastore wins in shot put. Jackson Kogel finishes third, and Mason finished, I believe, either fifth or sixth. But 3 Tigers for sure in the top 6 in shot put. Pretty good. This is it for today. This is the last one. It's the boys 4x400 meter. And the boys will try and finish with a bang here. We've seen some good showings from Erie today in some relays. The 4x1 they won. But if you look at the times here, Centaurus has run a 3:33. And so Frederick, Erie, and Silver Creek all listed at 3:40. So you never know what you're going to get with those teams. We'll see what happens here, though. Good start out of the gates here for Erie. In fact, besides the Longmont runner in lane 2, probably the best start of any team, at least out of the first turn. Lightning happening in the background. That's well off in the distance. No threat here. And that's why the good start in the 400 doesn't necessarily mean a great finish. Erie's slowing up here a little bit on this turn. And in fact, it's Frederick in the lead through the first leg. Frederick, Centaurus, Longmont, Erie and Horizon neck and neck. Silver Creek. Niwot bringing up the rear here. There's the exchange. And at least through the first lap and a quarter, you got to stay in your lane. I think that was Brendan Murphy. No, I think he'll maybe take the anchor leg here. Don't know who's out there for Erie right now. But Erie running in 5th place, close to hopping into 4th. It's Centaurus, Longmont, Frederick. Frederick had the lead coming down the stretch, and they've lost it here on the second leg so far. Longmont having a strong second leg sprint. Erie in 4th. And how about that leg by Longmont? And their split is 147. Centaurus, Frederick. Erie slowing down. There's the handoff into Erie. They're now in 5th behind Niwot. Or actually, that's Devlin, Niwot. In fact, Erie close to being in last here. Centaurus has passed Longmont. Frederick still in 3rd. Devlin, Silver Creek, Erie, and Niwot. And that's Horizon, I beg your pardon. Silver Creek in 8th. teams sprinting the 50 yards back and forth across the field to cheer on the runner. Centaurus well out in front with Longmont. Then there's a large gap, and it's Frederick, Devlin, Horizon, and a good finishing push here for Erie. They need a strong anchor leg from Murphy. And he'll actually get the handoff. Good finishing kick there. Now Murphy has some ground to make up. You feel that way. You don't want to expend too much energy trying to get back in when you know you have to have a strong kick. So Murphy trying to push. You can just see Murphy straining to sprint. They are closing the gap here. But Centaurus and Longmont will finish well ahead of the pack, and then kind of the second tier of runners, Devlin, Frederick, Erie, and Horizon, and then Niwot and Silver Creek in a gap back. And Centaurus is moving here in this 4x4 relay. They will log a time of 3 minutes and 30, about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We'll see the official time. Frederick, Devlin, Murphy, a good finishing leg. The Tigers will finish in 5th. And Niwot and Silver Creek battling it out here down the stretch. And as much as Niwot has dominated today, they get last in this heat. Centaurus 3:39.54, Longmont 3:42.64, Frederick 3:48.37, Devlin 3:49.52. And Erie 3:50, and a guy walked right in front of the scoreboard as it flashed, so didn't quite see that. That's going to do it for us here, though. Thank you so much for joining us in our first ever track meet. A special thanks to Emma Longoria, who is our camera operator throughout the day. For Emma, I'm Brandon, and until next time, Tiger fans, I'll chirp at you later.